Ah. Hi guys. Sorry, I've just done something to my Hi, I've just done something to my my Yahi. To my thingamabob. There we go. Never mind, fixed it. Tech machine. Alright. It's time to work, so I'm gonna get to work. I don't know what to say. I'll put on music and we'll go right ahead. Well, I'll go right ahead. I don't know what you guys are gonna be doing. Maya he, Maya who, Maya ha. Mahaha. Okay. Oh my god, I forgot my little Zoro and Sanji. You got jump scared by me on TikTok? Good. Good. I uploaded a new short on a new TikTok. Which is me saying Zoro and Rayleigh are only similar superficially. Personality-wise, they are not similar at all, and people keep saying they're exactly the same. And I got a comment that was like, no, it's about their positions, it's about their positions. And I didn't respond to it, but I was like, but not even their positions are the same. Because Zoro's not the first mate. So I was like, yes, he's the right hand of Luffy. That much is true. But he doesn't have the same role as Rayleigh. That's not true. So I'm like, it still doesn't make sense to me that only Zoro gets compared to Rayleigh when Rayleigh's like a combination of Straw Hats. And he always has been to me. In the same way, Gaban also feels like a combination. See, Sanji and Gaban are also similar, but Gaban's also similar to other Straw Hats as well. Like, Gaban speaks of love, that much is true. He uses 2 axes and slicing moves, and will argue about being the second strongest. Who else fucking does that? Like, their combinations. Look, I didn't say it on the short or on the TikTok because people aren't ready to hear it. Zoro sorry, Rayleigh and Gaban are combos of Zoro and Sanji. They are not one-to-one Gaban and Rayleigh. I always saw them as they have similarities. Like, Rayleigh and Gaban feel like bizarro hybrids of Zoro and Sanji to me. And they always have, especially Rayleigh. First person the captain recruited, but what does that really matter in regards to what position that puts Zoro in? Because there's a reason that Luffy doesn't have a first mate. Do you see what I mean when I say the similarities are superficial at most? Or at best? Because it's just similarity of like right-hand man first to join swordsman. And it's like, huh? Mirroring doesn't mean cloning, yes. But Zoro and Rayleigh are not the same person. Neither are Gaban and Sanji. They're not the same person. My issue with it is when people only compare Rayleigh and Zoro, or only compare Sanji and Gaban, and it's like, they are clearly meant to be hybrids. I do not believe at all that they are meant to just be one-to-ones. And a lot of people think they're one-to-ones, and it's like, what the hell are you talking about? Lil Luffy, yeah, Oda even said Zoro is not the first mate. He even fucking said that! He even said that and people still argue it, and it's like, oh my god. That's okay. Rayleigh is so hot, it's crazy. But look, the biggest peeve I have is when people go, oh, but Rayleigh is just so loyal to Roger. He's so royal, just like Zoro, loyal. He's just like Zoro is to Luffy. All the Straw Hats are loyal to Luffy. All of them are. I don't know why Zoro gets this, this loyal, like, perch when we have seen time and time and time again just how crazy the whole crew is about Luffy. That's why there's no first mate. That's why there isn't one. Because otherwise, there would be a competition, right? There isn't a competition. They are all insanely loyal to Luffy, and it really, really peeves me when Zoro specifically gets that. Like, oh no, he's the most loyal. He's the most loyal. They're all that loyal. What are you talking about? Like, they have all proven themselves to be that loyal to Luffy. It's just crazy to me. Because people go, oh, Roger died. Rayleigh drank himself into depression. That's exactly what Zoro would do. You guys don't think that if Luffy died, the Straw Hats would be fucking miserable? Why does it, like... Do you guys seriously not think that if Luffy died, all of the Straw Hats wouldn't be miserable? Like, seriously. Like, it's just bizarre. I don't know, I just don't like this competition of loyalty because it's like they have all had their moments with Luffy. Like, Usopp was one of the first people to say Luffy will be the king of pirates. He was one of the first. And yet he doesn't get given any respect. And it's like, what the hell? When Kaido announced that Luffy had died, all of the Straw Hats were like, wrong. And Nami was the one that was stepping forward and saying, that's fucked up. Zoro was the first, but I'm saying Usopp was also one of the first. I'm saying that is not specific to Zoro. So people use that as a thing with Zoro, like, oh yeah, Zoro said that. So did, like, all of the Straw Hats. They have all said that. Why is that specific to Zoro? I don't get it. I just really don't get it. So he gets the #1 loyalty label because... why? I just don't understand. And of course, when Zoro even first joined Luffy, he said to him, if you get in the way, I'm killing you. And people tend to ignore that. I disagree that, like, Zoro would do that because he's changed now. He changed after his fight with Mihawk. But when he first joined Luffy, he was incredibly reluctant. He joined Luffy because of a deal. And it's like, why the fuck... I just don't understand why he gets this loyalty perch when all of them are just as loyal to Luffy. It's just bizarre to make it a competition. It's really weird. It's a really strange dick measuring contest, and I don't understand it. I don't know, it seems like a man thing to me. But that's the thing. Zoro sacrificed himself. We have watched the Straw Hats do that. Multiple times before, we have watched the other Straw Hats do that. And sacrifice themselves for Luffy's sake. Which again, I don't know why Zoro gets this label. Also, when Zoro mentioned his captain and best friend, was he talking about Luffy or Kuina? Kuina. We know he was talking about Kuina. It's not as obvious in English, although I think it's obvious. But in Japanese, the word he used refers to like an old friend. He's talking about Kuina. It's very clear. He even thought about Kuina beforehand. I don't know. It just feels like people discredit the rest of the Straw Hats when they do this, and that's why it's like, I love Zoro. You guys know I love Zoro. But there's this weird tunnel vision that people get of, no, Zoro's like the #1 to Luffy. And it's like, no! That totally removes what the Straw Hats are to each other. There is no, like, the most loyal. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense to who the Straw Hats are. Zoro does have a family outside of the Straw Hats. It's Kushida. I know no one likes that. It's Kushida. People forget that he has Kushida. That's a fact. People just choose to forget about him because they don't like him. But he is literally Zoro's like found father dad, and people will forget about that on purpose. He had the dojo that he grew up in. That was his family. Like... If Zoro didn't have a family, he wouldn't have been raised in that dojo by Kushida for like the majority of his life. The other Straw Hats tell Luffy to take things seriously too. And in Punk Hazard, when Zoro yelled at Luffy to take things seriously, he was actually talking about himself. Which we know because Sanji even said, oh, he's so hard on himself. And that's another thing. Like, Water 7 had Zoro kicking Luffy into shape, yes. Sanji did that too! Do you see what I mean? So it's like people put Zoro on this pedestal like, oh, bah. Zoro's the most loyal and Zoro's the one that whips Luffy into shape. Sanji was doing the same thing in that moment. They were both doing it. It was a Wings moment. It wasn't a specific Zoro moment. The same way that the Thriller Bark moment was also a Wings moment. People tend to remove Sanji from these scenes, and it's really frustrating. It is incredibly frustrating. And it's like, why is Sanji being removed here when he is agreeing with Zoro, even backing Zoro up in these moments, even being the one to also kick Luffy into shape? It's just weird. It's just weird. People just want to put Zoro on top. And by doing that, they erase the other Straw Hats and what they mean to Luffy and what they do for Luffy. It is really super bizarre. Jinbei has also had incredible moments with Luffy as well. Who was there for Luffy when Luffy nearly broke down after what happened to Ace? That was Jinbei! Jinbei was there for Luffy, reminded Luffy of what he has and that he is a captain. There's no competition here because they're all equal on this level. But people want to make it a competition and it's just super weird. It's over and over and over again. It is shown how the Straw Hats are all equals under Luffy, all of them. And yet people still make it a competition because strength! It's not just about strength. It never has been. Luffy didn't even recruit Zoro because of his strength. That is the premise of the Straw Hats, and that's what people forget. So when people go, Zoro's the most loyal, you're removing the equality that the Straw Hats have. That's why it doesn't make sense, because it's like, no, they cannot possibly be a more loyal Straw Hat, because otherwise this wouldn't be the Straw Hats. Right, we even had Nami in Water 7 with Luffy in the building yelling at Luffy to get the fuck up. Like like, majority of the Straw Hats have told Luffy to get up. This is not a specific Zoro thing. Even Usopp has done that. Like, it's not a specific Zoro thing. No, Brook's not a dad. Well, he's a dad to Laboon. It's like, I love Zoro. I love him so much, but I know for a fact that if you said to him, oh, you're more loyal than the other Straw Hats, he'd probably be fucking angry about that. Wouldn't he? Wouldn't that upset him? Because this is his family, and he knows how much everyone means to each other. If you said to him, I think you're the most loyal, he'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, he knows what the Straw Hats all mean to each other. He knows what the Straw Hats will do for each other and for Luffy. But yeah, we've had every single Straw Hat say Luffy will be king of the pirates. And yet, I just... they get ignored. I will not take the Straw Hat erasure. I still think Elbaf's gonna end with catastrophe, yeah. I still think it's gonna be pretty rough. We've already- well, Elbaf's already suffered major losses. Their library and school has been burnt. That in itself is a catastrophe. But also, I've said this again and again, if there is a wings of the pirate crew, they have to be equals. They have to be equals, and people get really upset when you say that. But it's true. I don't know why that upsets them so much. Because even Gaban and Rayleigh clearly have this fight about who's the second strongest. This is something that they clearly argue about. Like, they have argued about. That's the joke. That's the joke. There is no comparable way to measure this. Do-do-do-do. I hate /S. I always read it as /serious. And I know I'm not the only one that does this. Whoever decided /S should be sarcastic, I hate you. I hate you. Why not just /J? Why have we even made a /sarcastic? I love /J. Right, this is the thing. I'm not even saying any Straw Hat is more loyal or stronger than Zoro. That's not even what I'm saying. Because I don't believe that either. Zoro's clearly very strong. He's incredibly strong. But I'm not going to put any Straw Hat above or below Zoro in regards to their place as a Straw Hat. And I think that's what Zoro would want too. Aside from his stupid feud with Sanji. I don't know. I think people take the jokes too seriously. I think because Zoro and Sanji like fight with each other, they take it seriously and they're like, yeah, this is legit. This is beef. I always think about the roof thing, Kason. I always think about that. Because I always say, yes, he was on the rooftop and he contributed. But then, where was Zoro's actual fight? It was against Queen? It was against King on the left side of the skull of Onigashima, while Sanji fought on the right side of Onigashima, fighting Queen. Their main fights were literally with King and Queen, as Luffy said, Law and Zoro go downstairs. Like, that is as clear as day. Sanji even said to Zoro, who the fuck were you fighting to get this beaten up? Doo doo. He did a good job on the rooftop though. This is the thing. When I try and say he did a good job on the rooftop, but there is a reason that Zoro's main fight was with King and not with Kaido. There's a reason for that. I know they say that. They say King is stronger than Queen. Even though the All-Stars were in one group, but whatever. King and Queen also had a rivalry, by the way. How obvious can Oda make it? Oh my god. And then in the next arc, because people are going, oh guys, I'm sorry, this is so stupid to me, because power scaling doesn't make sense to me, because I feel like everyone just ignores what they want to ignore. Because people go, oh, King Lunarian, King Lunarian, King Lunarian. Okay, okay. Then in the next arc, Sanji tanks a fucking punch from a Lunarium Seraphim to the face. And they ignore it. What the fuck? What are we meant to do? I just don't understand what we're meant to do. I just see time and time and time again that Zoro and Sanji are equals, and Oda elaborates that. And no matter how many times I try and show, see, look, people go, no. They want to ignore it, and it's like, okay, whatever. Whatever. Ba, 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 ba. Treated like a woman. It's true. The equals thing was obvious ever since Dory and Broggy. Ever since Dory and Broggy. The Seraphim were told to be... What did the Marines say? Or the world government say? They're like the most powerful life forms or some shit. They are literally made from King's blood with enhancements. So it's like... Why are we measuring? Like, what is the measurement here? The point is, the Seraphim are fucking crazy. It is this hard, right? It's just weird. It feels like when you say Zoro and Sanji equals, people take that as an offense to Zoro. And I'm like, why? Why? Sanji is not weak. Like, what? Mm-hmm. Because not even Oda fucking cares to answer this, remember? When someone was like, hey, is Zoro stronger than Sanji because of this? And Oda went, haha, I thought you said dick fight. He doesn't give a shit. Zoro and Sanji were equals ever since they were compared to Dory and Broggy. They were actively paralleling Dory and Broggy. That's who they were mirroring. Drog said that? Wow, I didn't know Drog talked about power levels. Doo-doo-doo. I agree. I think Oda thinks Zoro-san shippers are really funny. I think he finds them hilarious. I don't think he like ships them, but I think he thinks the shippers are hilarious. I've said this, I'm pretty sure his wife's a Fujo. If you are a woman who is Japanese and into shonen, and you're drawing bishy art of characters like Law and Sanji, probably a Fujo. It's not a stretch.
Howdy do, boys.
Wow, you're new to this stream if you don't know what a Fujo is. Anyway. It's the fact that I love Zoro. I love him. And people think I'm slandering him when I'm just saying, hey, I think actually he might respect Sanji. And I think they might be equals. Because that makes sense. And then it's like, oh, so you hate him. Oh, no, bitch! La 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 la. Sanji fought Bon Clay, who didn't have a partner, because Bon Clay was both man and woman. And is that not, do you not think that that is a way that Oda was equalizing these characters? Daz Bones had a partner. Bon Clay didn't. Do you not think that this was Oda saying, look, these are the wings. These are the equals here. Because say what you want about king and queen. King and queens are equal. Kings and queens together are rulers. Like, when people say king, queen, and it's like, king and queen were on the same level. They were literally all-stars on the same level. That was the point. That was the point. And they were literally, Zoro and Sanji together were fighting on either side of the Onigashima skull. It was quite literally environmental storytelling. It was environmental storytelling. Yes, a backstory that King had with Kaido, but what does that have to do with them being on the same level as which Kaido put them on? He put them together as all-stars. He didn't say you one, you two. They were all-stars. And again, it's just purposefully ignoring these facts. And it's like, why are you ignoring this? King and Queen had a rivalry. Crocodile and Daz did not have a backstory. Also, the whole point of King and Kaido was King was quite literally Kaido's dog. The reason King had a backstory is because it was showing that King is like a worse version of what Zoro could be. In the same way Daz Bones was a worse version of what Zoro could be. Right? King was Kaido's dog who had no motivation but to just be Kaido's dog. That is quite literally what people characterize Zoro to be, which he isn't. I always saw that as like, that was the point of why Zoro was fighting this guy. I saw more of a Zoro and King understanding there than a, it's because the strongest. That was like the idea there. King had no ideals because all his ideals fell on Kaido. Zoro doesn't have that. Zoro actually has ideals. He actually stands for something because he believes in something, not just because Luffy tells him to believe in something. It is fair to King. That is what happened. He is Kaido's dog. That is the whole point. That was the whole point of King. That he has nothing else but to be Kaido's dog. He has no other ideals or dreams outside of being Kaido's dog. Zoro does. That's why he says to him, I have a promise to keep to my captain and my best friend. That's the point. Queen and Sanji Sanji's meant to be versing the worst version of himself when he's versing Queen. The same way Zoro is versing the worst version of himself when he's versing King. And the same way Luffy is versing what he could be when he's versing Kaido. The worst version of himself. A failed joy boy. That's the point. That's the storytelling of those fights. This is why I think Wano is fucking fantastic. Those fights all correlated with each of these characters. It wasn't about power. It was the correlation between these characters. It was the story and the parallels that they held. They were all versing the worst versions of themselves. King didn't stand for anything but Kaido. Zoro stands for more than just Luffy. Yes, but you are not listening to me. Queen is there to be the worst version of Sanji. The same way King is there to be the worst version of Zoro. This isn't about a deeper character depth. This is about how they are supposed to mirror each other. There's a reason all of Queen's powers related to the Vinsmokes. There's a reason Queen's whole thing was making fun of Sanji for not being, like, good enough. Because, oh my god, show me your enhancements. Show me that you're this monster that your dad made you. That's the point. Again, in the same way that King's story relates to what Zoro could be, which is a worse version of himself, which is he doesn't stand for anything but being Kaido's dog. That is the worst version of Zoro, having no ideals outside of being Luffy's dog. That is not what Zoro stands for. Zoro is more than that. He's more than just Luffy's right-hand man. King is nothing more than Kaido's right-hand man. King didn't have any dreams of his own. He didn't have any ideals of his own. He just existed alongside Kaido as his dog. No, it doesn't reflect poorly on Sanji. What are you talking about? The whole point is Queen is an emotionless monster machine. Which is what Sanji could be. That doesn't reflect poorly on Sanji. That is what Sanji could be. Which is what he doesn't want to be. That fight that Sanji had with Queen had so much fucking depth. Because it all related back to Sanji. The same way everything that Zoro was doing with King related back to Zoro. What are you not understanding here? You think it relates poorly on Sanji because you think Queen is a bad character. I am telling you, Queen is here to exist as a horrible version of Sanji. He's not meant to be that deep. He is supposed to be a monster. The monster that Sanji doesn't want to be. The same way King is the dog that Zoro doesn't want to be. The same way Kaido is the failed joy boy that Luffy doesn't want to be. That's the point. Queen does not reflect poorly on Sanji. Queen is literally a walking monstrosity that Sanji doesn't want to be. You're not listening to me! Queen is not meant to be anything more than a walking monster. Because that's the point. He's not a bad character. He is written to be that. He is written to be a fucking emotionless monster that just wants to hurt people. Because that is what Sanji is afraid of being. I don't believe this is rage bait, little Luffy. I believe this person genuinely believes this. That's the problem. Do you see what I mean? Are you serious when you say this, or are you rage baiting me? This is the issue. There's rage bait, and then there's people who genuinely believe this, and it's really frustrating. Because how? How can you not see the point? I'm explaining to you what the point is. It was right there. Queen even keeps calling Sanji a Vince Smoke. Sanji even says, no, I don't want to be an emotionless monster. He's a fucking walking cyborg, Queen. He's a walking, emotionless, monstrous cyborg that hurts women. How can you not see the point of that? At the same time, some people think that King has no character, which is just insane. So it's like, I don't understand. I can tell the difference between rage bait and what people genuinely think. There's a difference. Sometimes I can tell. Rage bait is like, haha, Robin is weak or something. It's so annoying because I can see so clearly. I think it's fucking phenomenal. I think it's just incredible. Incredible what Oda did in Onigashima. And I hate the way people lessen it because they turn it into a dick measuring contest. You have no idea how frustrating that is when I'm seeing how incredible this narrative is. I'm seeing how incredible this character writing within fighting is. And I feel like no matter how much I explain it, people don't get it because they don't want to see it. And it's so annoying. And it's like, oh my god, what am I meant to do? What am I meant to do? I can't change some people's minds because they will always see a power system over an actual story. And that's the issue. And it's horrible. It's just horrible. Do 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 do. I just don't like the it reflects badly on Sanji. That Queen fight with Sanji was one of the most magnificent fights that Oda has ever written. The only reason you could think it reflects badly on Sanji is because you think Queen isn't strong enough. Or you don't get what Queen was supposed to be there. It did not reflect badly on Sanji. That was a phenomenal writing on Oda's behalf, on what Queen was and what Sanji didn't want to be. That was one of his best moments, in my opinion. That was one of his best fights he's ever written between two characters. And that's why it's so frustrating. I'm seeing a masterpiece. And people are like, no. I disagree for reasons I can't even explain. Oh my god. It's just so annoying. If you have an opinion in the chat, you must be prepared to back yourself up. You must be. I'm sorry, because I'm telling you, I'm very passionate about Onigashima and what it did for the Straw Hats. And it gets Onigashima and Wano gets slandered to no end because people didn't like what they got. Your explanation isn't good enough, mate. You're saying, oh, Queen's just not good enough of a character, so it makes Sanji look bad. And I'm telling you why Queen exists the way he does. I'm telling you Queen literally exists to be an emotionless monster that hurts women. And all you can say is, well, he's just not good enough. Why is he not good enough? What would you have preferred he be? What would you have preferred he get? To be good enough to be compared to Sanji. Not to be compared to Sanji, but to be the worst version of Sanji. Right? The literal worst version of Sanji. Cock. Do-do-do. Do. Oh my god. I'm sorry, Wano's fights were just so good. They were so good on a storytelling level. They were so good on a storytelling level. And it's really annoying when people can't see what I see. Why does Queen joining the Beast Pirates matter? Why does that matter? Once again, the reason it mattered for King is because we are seeing the worst version of Zoro, which is being Kaido's dog or being the captain's dog. Why does Queen's meaning or motivation for joining the Beast Pirates matter? Comparing him to Sanji as being an emotionless monster who doesn't care about anything but his disgusting experiments. Why does that matter? This is what I'm saying. In my opinion, that would be a waste of time. That would be a waste of time to see Queen's reasoning for joining Kaido. We didn't need that. What we needed to see was Queen's disgusting nature. His disgusting person, which was just being a totally unethical scientist who was fine experimenting on people, who was fine hurting people, who was fine turning themselves into a monster if it meant being this strong. It doesn't matter his reasoning for being a beast pirate. What matters is his parallel to Sanji. And that parallel is what Sanji never wants to be. An unethical monster. That's the point. There's a reason that we saw King's backstory joining Kaido, and then we saw Zoro's backstory as he remembers joining Luffy. There's a reason for that. And there's a reason everything Sanji was doing with Queen related to his family. There's a reason for that. But that's the point! What are you not understanding? Now you have to be rage baiting me! That is what he's supposed to be! Evil science man! I don't think you do, because what more characterization would you want that is relevant to Sanji? It has to be relevant to Sanji. Everything we got about Queen was direct parallels to Sanji. Everything. In the same way, everything we got about King was direct parallels to Zoro. Everything about Queen was about Sanji. Everything about King was about Zoro. That's the point. You're saying I want more characterization. Your characterization would not relate to Sanji. That's the issue. It would be a waste of time. Oda so carefully constructed this character to be a horrible version of Sanji. And you're saying, well, I just wanted more outside of Sanji. That's the issue. And I'm saying, I don't think you understand what this is supposed to be. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. We don't need... We also know Queen's backstory, by the way. Queen's backstory is he was in Mads. He hated Judge. He was a horrible fucking person. That is literally all we need. It's subjective, but I'm saying that what you are saying to me, you don't have good explanations. You don't have a good enough explanation for why you believe this. You're just saying, I just want more of this because I want it. That's basically what you're telling me. And I'm saying, what would Queen's backstory do that would relate to Sanji? How would that relate to Sanji? It needs to relate to Sanji. That is the point. You're not giving me that. This is why Oda's writing One Piece. That is all I'm gonna say. Oh my god. The whales, guys! The whales! But yeah, no, look, I stand by. Queen, the reasoning for Queen joining Kaido, there's absolutely no need for that. There's truly no need for it. Because it had no relevance to Sanji. Do-do-do-do. Anyway, I gotta pay attention to editing. This one will do. Sweet Sabaki, you missed a thing. You missed the main point, which is, but why are only some whales slamming against the red line? That was like one of the main points of the argument. Why are only some of them slamming against the red line and others aren't? That's like why I'm like, huh? Why do only some whales have scars and others don't? So some whales really hate the red line. And other whales are like, no, I'm fine. I'll just sit back and not ram into it. Trinzo was shaped like a whale. I disagree that the red line is artificial. I disagree that the red line is artificial. I just think that the whales travel through the current, through the hole in the red line. Some of the whales got the D in them. Yes, we've met whales without the mark in Fishman Island. On Fishman Island, when they surface with the whales in after Fishman Island, Punk Hazard, some of the whales have scars and some of the whales don't. Which is why I was like, I feel like these whales have scars because they're on the Grand Line and they have to fight like monsters. It was like half-half. But there were full-grown whales without scars, multiples. So it's like, why have some of them slammed against the red line? And why have some haven't? It's a worthy question. I already got tired of drawing them. Look, I know the reason that pissed some people off is because they know this is a worthy question to ponder. Why do only some whales have scars? Why are only some of them ramming against the red line? I do enjoy yelling at a screen. What manga are we reading? What manga are we reading? I just read a comment that says Zoro tends to attract women older than him. When? When? What manga are we reading? Tends to attract women that are older than Hiyori, a single woman. A single woman! Zoro has attracted one woman who is older than him. A singular woman. It is not a tendency, no. What in the world? Robin is not implied. What are we reading, guys? Robin doesn't give a fuck about Zoro romantically. When? Robin likes older men. She fucking likes Jinbe. That's more implied. You're seeing this because you want to see it. Robin, you know what is implied? Robin liking Jinbe. Oh my god, what are we reading? What are we reading? Robin, I'll save you, girl. I'll save you, girl. Oh, you don't think that? Well, people have to stop thinking that. I've told you already why some people think that, the Robin Zoro thing. The reason some people think that, not because they have romantic chemistry, which they don't. It's a man thing. It's because Luffy main boy, Nami main girl, so Luffy has to get with Nami. And in people's heads, Zoro second main boy. And Zoro big strong man, right? So Zoro has to get with a woman because he deserves it because he's a big strong man. Robin's the only other woman in the vicinity, so they put Zoro with Robin. I'm telling you, that's why they do that. There's actually no real like dynamic or chemistry between them. It's because boy girl. Like that's the reason. I'm telling you, that's the reason. Because there's like barely any scenes between Zoro and Robin. Barely any. They barely exist. The last time I remember them standing next to each other was in Punk Hazard. Doo-doo. Someone else said the way Rayleigh carries himself in his younger days is 100% Zoro-coded. Where? This is what I mean. I don't understand. Zoro's an idiot. Rayleigh never carried himself like that. And I say this an idiot in a simple way. Rayleigh... no, I'm reading my short comments. Because someone also said, well, Zoro and Rayleigh are both second in command. They're both second in command. They're not. Zoro has never stated to be second in command. You have made that up. Zoro is not the second in command. This is what I mean. This is the brain rot. This is the... He's never ever been stated to be second in command. Not by anyone on the crew. Because I'm interested in what people have to say. Because when Oda made that page of everyone he thought was second, he was like, I put everyone that I thought was like second, right? And Oda said, this doesn't mean they're first mates because Zoro's on here. This isn't about first mates. It seems pretty simple to me. Zoro is the second Straw Hat. There is no second in command. How many times do we have to have this conversation? Oh my god. There is no such thing as a second command on the Straw Hats. There is no such thing as a first mate on a Straw Hats. It just doesn't exist. Because they are all equal. Why is this something I have to fight for when it's made so obvious? Zoro's role has always been swordsman. It's always been swordsman. He's one of the wings and he's the swordsman. It's always been swordsman. And this is why I think people get really mad when you like talk about Sanji and Zoro. Because the only confirmed things we have of Zoro's position is swordsman and wings. That is the only things that we have been told canonically. And that's what really pisses people off because they don't have anything in canonical Straw Hat story or from Oda saying that Zoro is second in command and saying that Zoro is the first mate. That doesn't exist. The only person that's ever said that is Bartolomeo. And that's the joke. He's not a Straw Hat. Bartolomeo thought Luffy was like a horrible, vicious person. Don't forget. Bartolomeo was literally a fanboy that was getting it wrong. That was the joke. But that's not Zoro's role. Right, I saw Bartolomeo as that was the point. He was making a joke. He was making a joke about those kinds of fans that are just projecting their own ideals onto the Straw Hats when that doesn't exist. Yeah, so what the fuck? Why are there so many bugs in my room lately? I'm really concerned about this. No, it's winter for me. Anyway, good lord. I feel like no matter what I say, the point is lost. Or people don't read. Zoro didn't accept the Grand Fleet without Luffy accepting it. He just wanted the sake. What are you talking about? He didn't! Bro just wanted to drink the sake. There are bugs in Australian winter, but I don't like that I have them in my room. That's the joke. The live action made this a million times worse. Fuck, I can never give the live action for this. The live action made Zoro Luffy's first mate. And I said, okay, I'm out. I was out before then, but then I was really out. We don't fight at the Baratiesa! Ah! I need that on a shirt. I fucking love this image. Genuinely, when people ask me, well, how do you think it mischaracterized these characters? All I have to say is we don't fight at the Baratiesa. That's it! That should be the only explanation I need. Luffy sat down and made a plan, yeah. They also made him run- look, this is one of my absolute peeves, and this is why I'm like, really? He ran into Zoro on chance. He ran into Zoro by chance because he was trying to sneak into the marine base. And he accidentally stumbled across him, and he went, oh, that's you. Guys, compare that to the original and what actually happened. Luffy actively sought Zoro out. Luffy actively went to find Zoro and see him for himself to determine if Zoro is actually the monster people were saying he is. And in the live action, he just stumbled across him. And I'm like, I feel like this really, really, really misconstrues what Luffy is and what he does and how he finds his crewmates.
Howdy do, boys.
Ugly. Birdmaster. I hate people who say, oh, well, what were you expecting? Something better than that. What do you mean? He's animated. He's literally animated. You can do anything with him. I don't understand when people are trying to cope. What were you expecting? What were they meant to do? He's animated. They can do literally anything with him. Just make him a little bit chubbier. I also didn't like that Luffy tried to strike a deal with Zoro. Before letting him go, he just untied Zoro. I really hated that because the whole point when he was like trying to get Zoro to join his crew, He wanted Zoro on his crew because he really liked Zoro, so he was super persistent about it. He was super persistent about it. That's why Zoro says to him, are you the fucking devil? Like, what is this? And Luffy said, hey, listen, if I get your swords and untie you, will you join my crew? And Zoro goes, what? He doesn't untie Zoro until he gets that deal. Because this is a showing of how much Luffy will want someone on his crew. He's not just gonna untie Zoro and go, okay, well, think about it. Like, Luffy's a little bit selfish. That's the point. No, yeah, he'd free him anyway after doing everything he possibly could. We saw that in the Baratier. Luffy was not leaving Sanji alone, and even after doing everything he could, and Sanji still said no, Luffy was still unwilling to let him go. The issue with the live action is Luffy did not do everything he could do to get Zoro to join him. It was just, okay, see ya, I'll untie you now. And Zoro had, like, no reason to join Luffy because he had no promise to keep. None! The reason Zoro originally joined Luffy is because he had a promise to keep. Zoro had no motivation to join Luffy in the live action. None. He needed a motivation to originally join Luffy because he didn't like pirates. That was the point. He just kind of went, oh, okay, I guess. He had no reason to join him. No, he said pirate hunter. That's another thing to put on a shirt. I just remember when I was watching it and when Zoro, like, he got his swords and he went to leave and then he sighed and went, oh, and he went back to help them. I was like, why? I was like, why? You've got your swords and that is a pirate? You have no obligation at all to go back. He had an obligation to stick with Luffy at the beginning. He didn't have any obligation towards Luffy. Towards Luffy in the live action. Just none. He got his own sword. Like, what? Why did they make him get his own sword back? Oh, whatever. That's crazy, right? Because he was meant to look like a good person when he told that little girl to scram. Because he knew that if she stuck around, she would be killed. I just love that in the live action, it looks like Zoro's at fault. Zoro's the reason that the little girl... That's why let's go through what the live action did and why it really pissed me off when it introduced Zoro. Zoro enters a bar with a dead body. For some reason, a little girl walks up to him even though he's got a dead body in a bag behind him. When that happened, I was like, does she know him? Because what, a little girl would walk up to a scary random man dragging a dead body behind them and offer them like a rice ball? What? I was like... Does she know him? What the hell is going on? And then he rejects her food for no reason. There is no reason for him to reject her food. He just kind of looks like an asshole. And him rejecting her food starts the events of her bumping into Helmeppo, having the food drop on the floor, and then him goes to eat it, and then he's like, delicious. And I'm like, you're just being an asshole. You were just being an asshole, my guy. What is happening here? Like, he actively instigated and antagonized Helmeppo in that moment for literally no reason. There was no reason to it. I cannot express how little reason there was to that. And then he started that fight. He started that fight. That's why when he went to Morgan's and Morgan's was like, actually, if you want the prize money, the bounty money, you're going to have to be chained up. First of all, Zoro wouldn't do that. He wouldn't take that deal. Second of all, I have a theory. The reason they made Zoro do that is because if Morgan said, I heard that you fought with my son, I'm going to kill that little girl if you don't get chained up. Because they realized, oh, Zoro's the reason why that fight even happened. Zoro's the reason why that little girl even got picked on. Right? If they said to him, by the way, we're going to harass that little girl and her mother because of what you did in the bar, that was Zoro's fault. In the original, it was not Zoro's fault. Helmeppo was actively antagonizing that little girl and her mother on his own without any intervention. I'm telling you, you have to stop thinking Oda had like the biggest hand in this. He didn't, because it's a Netflix show, and they're going to listen to producers over Oda. Oda even said, by the way, when they told me they're not going to release anything unless I'm happy with it, that wasn't in the contract. That wasn't contracted, meaning they can just not do that. Yeah, Luffy ran into Zoro by chance, by total chance in the live action. He didn't seek Zoro out at all. He was told about Zoro by Kobe. He wanted to meet Zoro for himself. He saw Zoro tied up. He saw what Zoro did for that little girl, and he went, I want him on my crew. In the live action, he saw Zoro fight, and he went, wow, he's strong. He'd be a good crewmate. Oh my god, shut up. And this is what I mean. This is when people are like, why didn't you like it? I can't believe I have to explain it. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, and Sanji eats Luffy eats Sanji's food before recruiting him too. When I watch the live action, I see people who didn't understand the fundamental heart of One Piece. I don't understand how people go, no, but they understood One Piece. I disagree. I do not think they did. By how Luffy was recruiting people, I don't think they understood. Dirt. Giving Luffy daddy issues was so funny. That was so funny. Why did they do that? Yes, just by how Luffy recruits people. Because he wanted Zoro because he went, wow, he's strong. You have fundamentally misunderstood Luffy. You have misunderstood what the Straw Hats are to Luffy if that's how he's recruiting people. Oh yeah, Nojiko has tattoos for no reason. This is what I mean. Oh my god. Also, Sanji not being there to yell at Zoro, what about forget your ambitions? Why wasn't he there? Why wasn't he there? Everything was frustrating. It was all frustrating. It was frustrating. When I see when I look at the One Piece live action, I can see that the writers wanted to make something special. I see that. But I also see Netflix producers meddling. And this is what I'm telling people. I'm telling them that you have to remember when Netflix make these shows, their first idea isn't, no, we have to make something for their fans. The first idea is, how do we make something so easily digestible for a wide audience? That is what Netflix is making. So I see that the writers, they wanted to make something. I see the creative vision. They wanted to make something special. But I just really don't think people know how Netflix function. What Netflix want. The only silver lining it has is it got more people into One Piece. And I think that's fine, but I also think that's a bit sad. And the reason I think that's a bit sad is because that means this show does not work on its own. It just doesn't. If the best contribution it has made is it's gotten more people into the original, that means it doesn't stand on its own, does it? Well, this is what I mean when people go, oh, Oda wanted to fix these parts. The live action is Oda's vision. We have Oda's vision. It's in the manga. Why are we looking outside of the manga for Oda's vision? It's super bizarre. Do. Why would the Baratier be the way it was if that was Oda's vision? Why would Sanji not even be a proper character in his own arc if this was Oda's vision? Why would Usopp not even be a character if this was Oda's vision? It doesn't make sense. Oh, I'm so excited for Wit. Please, Wit, please. I also didn't like Zoro's nickname to Sanji. He calls him Waiter. And that feels like purposefully malicious. Because when Zoro calls Sanji Cook, Sanji is proud to be a cook. Right? When Zoro calls Sanji Curly, it's because he has curly eyebrows. Calling him a waiter, it feels genuinely condescending. And not in a fun way. Sanji is not a waiter. That is not something Sanji is, nor is he proud of. When Zoro calls Sanji a cook, there's a tongue-in-cheek in it. Because Sanji is proud to be a cook. It's these little things that matter. Whoops. Yeah, I'll send you the link to the playlist. I hate what they did to Sanji's story in the Baratier. I was genuinely like offended because they took Sanji's story and they kept all the bits the same, right? But around it they changed it. Sanji's story is supposed to be his own. Sanji's story was not meant to be a lesson to Luffy. And not only did they make it a lesson to Luffy, Luffy didn't listen. As in, Luffy was like, okay, but I'm not you. Basically, I'm not Zeph. I think that sucks. I think it sucks that Sanji's story wasn't even his own. I think it sucks that Sanji's story was turned into a lesson that Luffy didn't even listen to. I think that was an absolute horrible adaptation of Sanji's story. I just thought that was horrible. But I've voiced these grievances before. At this point, it's just falling on deaf ears. As always, if they just didn't call it One Piece. Because it's when people go, oh, but an adaptation is meant to be different. An adaptation is meant to be different when you adapt it to its medium. You have to change an adaptation to its medium, hence why it's called an adaptation. When you keep the fidelity of something, that's the question of what you keep and why. If you call something the same exact title, everyone has the same exact names of these same characters, and then you change everything around them, I am going to be doing nothing but thinking about the original. You can't call it One Piece, it can't be about Luffy, and it can't be about his crew, Zoro, Usopp, Nami, and Sanji, if you've changed everything about it. Otherwise, I'm going to be comparing it. Why did Oda agree to this from the start? He doesn't own One Piece. He doesn't own One Piece, that's why. Shueisha own One Piece. Because it's a money-making opportunity. And I've always said this about him. If you were in Oda's position and they were adapting your baby, and they said to him, we're making this with or without you, what would you do in that position? What would you do? You try, right? You try. Because there's this idea that content, like, creators own what they've created. They don't. That hasn't been a real thing for a very long time. And the reason that Oda doesn't own One Piece technically on his own is because otherwise Oda could just up and leave Shueisha. This is what happens in every creative industry. The company will own that property once you sell it to that company, because otherwise you can just up and leave and make this somewhere else. And that's what companies do not want their creators to do. If Oda had the power to just up and leave Shueisha and publish One Piece independently, that would be such a loss to Shueisha. I mean, in this day and age, you can publish things independently. In the technology age, you can. Stephen King, I believe, did that. He tested it out. He was about to sell one of his novels to, you know, or publish it under a publishing house. Instead, he printed it himself on Amazon and sold it like that. In this day and age, you now can do things independently. But that's only... it's risky, right? It's very risky. And at the end of the day, you have a lot more security being picked up by a publishing house. King was also already famous. This is just industry stuff that people, I guess, don't understand. Tsubaki, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't isekai just mean fantasy? Because I have seen isekai because I've watched fantasies. But I haven't watched the genre of isekai where someone gets sent to a fantasy world. It's mostly otherworld. But Tsubaki, things were labeled isekai before there was this I got transported to another world stuff, wasn't it? At least I was pretty sure that was a thing. No? Damn, then I've always had the definition wrong. I always thought isekai just meant fantasy. So is Freyren an isekai? But, hang on, if it's strictly about another world... But is it strictly about being transported to another world? So there has to be travel for it to be isekai. Ah, then what's fantasy called? What is Freyren labeled under? No, in Japanese, guys. Guys, in Japanese! I know you don't know, that's why I'm asking Tsubaki. Okay, I've always had the definition wrong then. Because I know Sakai means world. So having it be called another world, I was like, okay, so it's fantasy. I mean, look, technically isekai is fantasy though. It's just not always... I mean, fantasy is not always traveling, but it's still a fantasy world, I guess. But I've seen isekais before, just not current day and age isekais. I'm not into them.
Howdy do, boys.
Oops. Hi. I love this clip so much. I wonder how long the isekai trend is gonna last. I feel like isekai is going to eventually fade, as all genres do. No, it'll end. For those who don't know, like the way like the lifespan of like anime, film, TV shows, anything work is there's like a genre of the season. For example, it used to be superheroes, right? Back in the day, it used to be superheroes and Marvel in like the 2010s. That's faded. That's gone. The current genre of film right now, or like the popular one, it was autobiographies for a while. And now it feels like we're having a rise of like camp. It feels like camp as a genre, either it be horror or something like Barbie, is now becoming more of a thing. Horror as well feels like it's starting to peak the horizon. But there's trends of genres, right? So like isekai will still be made, but I'm saying that it's currently like more popular right now, but I'm saying that that will fade eventually. And I think I can feel it's already fading because things like Freren and Delicious in Dungeon and Witch Hat Atelier are becoming more popular. I feel like fantasy is making a comeback, like actual fantasy, which is a product from isekai. Creature feature, that was like the 80s. But yeah, there's always a trend of genres. Isekai will eventually stop being the most popular. Because someone was right, back in the day it was like Gundam. It was like Evangelion. We had a huge sports anime trend for a while there as well. Sports anime dominated like the mid-2000s to the mid-2010s. Yeah, I saw Mecha Gundam, I saw it. Harem anime as well was like a mini trend. In fact, that was a big trend actually, not a mini trend. Harem was like, when would harems have been popular? I want to say 2010s. But yeah, there will always be a genre trend. And it's unfortunate to say that Sword Art Online did start the isekai trend. Even though Inuyasha like was one of the first, I actually don't know what the first was. Sword Art Online unfortunately started it. I have a joke I can make here. I think horror is honestly what's becoming more psychological horror. I think is what's becoming more of a trend now. I think we're getting a lot of horror movies these days. I feel like horror is making a comeback in a big way. It's nearly July! Oh my god! Ari Aster's new film is nearly gonna be out. Fuck, I've been so excited to watch it. gone. Musicals were also trendy for a while. In fact, I think before superheroes were the trend, it was musicals. When I say psychological horror, I mean like Midsommar. I mean like Midsommar, I mean like The Ugly Stepsister, in which I just watched, but that was also partially body horror as well. I mean like Infinity Pool. Death Note, I'm talking about like Western. Hereditary as well. Tsubaki, they weren't exceptions. Back in 2010, I learned this. I learned this in my course. Musicals were the trend in the 2010s. They kept making slop musicals all the time. They were trying to copy that magic. I don't want to pull out This Was My Degree. Sorry, 2000s, not 2010. I meant 2000s. 2010 was Marvel. But yeah, I don't want to pull out that This Was My Degree, but this was my degree. When we talked about this, musicals were a huge trend in the 2000s. And Disney was part of that as well. Disney does count! Why do you think Disney had a resurgence from the late 90s to the 2000s? Because of the musical resurgence. Because of the musical genre. Of course they count! They're part of the trend. Doo-doo. Who other than Disney did it? Well, let's have a look. The adaptation as well of musicals. Legally Blonde was an adaptation of a musical in the 2000s. We had just musical movies in general, like Step Up as well. Disney High School Musical as well, that was 2000s. Was Grease the 90s or the 2000s? Sweeney Todd. Happy Feet. Alvin and the Chipmunks. School of Rock. There was a lot of musical-based movies that came out in the 2000s. Or just musical, like, that were very musically inclined. Phantom of the Opera? Got a movie in the 2000s? Mamma Mia? Hairspray? Girl, 2000s was it. 2000s was the musical boom. High School Camp Rock. High School Musical, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. But yeah, High School Musical itself should be like, yeah, the 2000s was the era of musical movies. And then in the 2010s, they just kind of faded out and they were replaced by superheroes. Mamma Mia is 2000s. Mamma Mia. Tsubaki, I'm right. That's okay, I forgive you. But yeah, we talked about that in my course about the trend of genres. And musicals have made their rounds. They've made their rounds a lot. I really am upset that anime isn't as musical as it should be. I want big musical animes. Because I know there's like some out there, but I want more. Because I know Japan love musicals, so I'm like, why don't we get musical animes? I want to see anime girls break out into dance and song. Was Mean Girls a musical first? I was gonna say, I think Mean Girls was adapted into a musical. Legally Blonde, though, was originally a musical adapted into a movie. No, superheroes were always destined to fade. And the reason they were always destined to fade is because the Marvel Cinematic Universe was always destined to become incomprehensible. It was always bound to happen. And the reason I know this is because I learned this once again through my course, and something we learned is if your audience is too late, they're not going to be interested. Because fun fact, Star Wars in China isn't popular. And the reason it's not popular in China is because they got Star Wars too late and there's too much to catch up with, so they don't care. The cinematic universe or Marvel superheroes in general were always bound to fade. Simply because a long sequeling story like that is always bound to lose audience. Or to not be friendly to an audience to allow them to enter this world. Yeah, that applies to One Piece as well. But the thing with One Piece is a linear story that you can read. The issue that when it comes to sequels and movies is you have to find where to watch these and you have to look up. Okay, which ones do I have to look up first? Which ones do I have to watch first? For One Piece, it's pretty simple. You go from chapter 1 to chapter 11,051. It's pretty linear. When it comes to movie sequels and movie cinematic universes, it's not very linear because they don't make it easy. They don't make it easy to be linear. But that is why they are making Wit. That is why Wit is making... Like, I can see exactly what their plan is. Because One Piece is reaching its final stages, they want as many people as possible reading One Piece. Right? So it's a 3-step plan. They create the live action to push One Piece into the West one more time. That has successfully put people into One Piece. They now create the Wit version of One Piece, and the wit version of One Piece is going to be that entrance point from people in the West who watched the live action who now want to see the original. They can do that through the anime. The anime will now be less intimidating because you have it from the start. That's what the wit remake is going to do. And then from there, all eyes will be on One Piece in the final saga. It is a 3-step plan, and so far it's working. Which is why Wit cannot fuck this up. They can't fuck this up. If they fuck this up, they have ruined the 3-step plan. It's like, I'll be honest, it's fantastic marketing. They are doing a very good job in this final stage of One Piece. They are doing a very good job marketing this, because I can see the marketing like head's idea with what's going on here. It was genius of them. As much as I don't like the live action, I can see that the live action is a step into getting people into the Wit remake, which will then get people into the manga. Which is why I'm saying I think once the Wit remake comes out, I don't see a place for the live action anymore. Because I think that'll be up and done. Do, 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 do. Can't, as in they can't fuck this up. It is possible for them to fuck this up, and if they do that, they've ruined the plan. They've ruined the plan. Or they can make it shitty on purpose so people will read the manga. But making it shitty on purpose is not beneficial for anybody. It is easy for them to fuck this up, but I also think it's easy for them to not fuck this up. I believe in them. I want to believe in them. The reason I think it is not easier for them to fuck this up is because they have One Piece laid out for them. They have it laid out for them. And they even have Toei as an example of, here's what we probably shouldn't do. Like, I think they have a really, really, really good outline. A fantastic outline. I think it should be easy for them. Or it at least should be something that they can manage. I have hopes. I think there's going to be less censorship because we saw in their notes when Wit was making their notes for each arc, we saw Sanji holding up Full Body, and we saw Full Body was all bloodied. So I think we might not be getting it censored this time. Toei have already censored middle fingers before. They've done that with Law. They have censored middle fingers before. It is funny that they can show a child smoking, but not a middle finger. That's really funny to me. Look, I don't plan to understand censorship. I don't plan to understand it. I mean, I don't claim to understand it. I just know they've done that before. Australian government has horrible censorship. I mean, for our movies, we're fine. But for our video games, I don't know why. Our censorship for our video games is awful. It's just awful. Well, it's fine to an extent, I suppose, for our movies and our shows. They didn't show Sanji smoking when he was small? I'm gonna double check that. No, Law hasn't flipped anyone off in the anime. Why does he stand like that? Ew! Okay, sorry. Oh my god, you're right! They didn't show him smoking as a child in the anime. Wow, that flew past me. Oh, he looks so funny. Oh, I'm gonna cry. I can't with this shit. Sorry. I'm gonna cry. That's his dad. Oh my god. No, I don't watch One Piece content myself. I've said this because I'm worried about that leaking into my own content. And I'm very... how do I say this? I'm very worried about my ideas not being my own. Do you know what I mean? Like, I love talking with my fellow One Piecers and, like, talking about ideas back and forth, but watching their videos, I'm very worried that I'll just take something subconsciously, and I'm just scared of that happening. I know that might sound stupid. Get out of here. Hi. By the way, my video after this is going to be a Patreon video. I think I've said that before, but I'm really excited about it. The commissioner has been very patient with me, and I'm really excited to finally talk about it. But you're not gonna know until I've started editing it. Ha 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 ha. You can pay for vids, but it's many monies because it takes a lot of work, as you can see. Also, I've been enjoying... Oh my god, not to be a filthy zoomer, I've been enjoying making TikToks. They're fun. They're fun. I just get to yell into a microphone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, I got a new mic because the old one wasn't cutting it. I tried, but the audio is just bad. So I got a new one. And now it sounds better. Now I can scream into it without it peaking. And it's still pink. No, look. Look. Ain't this the cutest thing you've ever seen? A little pink lapel mic. Cause damn it! I will always get it if it's pink. If it's pink, I will get it. And this was cheap too. This was like 20 bucks. And I can pin it. You can't even see it. You can't even see it. What brand? Good question. This brand. Lavalier, whatever that means. I just looked up reviews for a cheap, easy lapel mic, and I saw that one and it was pink. And I went, well, that's it. I'm getting that one. Hi, bud. I nearly grabbed my, like, avatar. Like this. I don't know why. I think Bluey is a pretty good cultural export. I think Bluey's pretty good. But Bluey's so cute. I haven't actually seen like all episodes of Bluey, or even a episode of Bluey. I've just seen scenes. Have you guys seen that post that's like, I don't know how to be an adult anymore? Because they were like, I went to like a college house and everyone was drinking and watching Bluey. And they went, haha, this is like ironic, right? And everyone looked at them with like the meanest look ever. Because they were like slandered Bluey. This is like ironic, right? God forbid adults have a little joy. No, I have a friend who's a mum. They're not currently in this chat, but she has told me that Bluey is really good to watch with not just her kid, but for her kid to just watch by themselves. And she fucking hates Peppa Pig. Like the mum. She hates Peppa Pig because she says Peppa Pig teaches bad lessons because Peppa Pig is a brat. And I've never ever seen someone so angry at Peppa Pig. I think Blue is a fantastic show for children because it's a show that, while I haven't seen everything, and of course I've seen the emotional clips, it's a showing of that children are emotionally intelligent and they deserve something that caters to that emotional intelligence, or it deserves something that will teach their emotional intelligence. They deserve things that's more than just, you know, oh, conflict of the week is, I broke something. I need to learn that it's okay to tell mum and dad I broke something, you know? Because I've always said, I feel like it's bad for kids to shelter them from certain topics, because you can teach kids many things about the world with like a fun and colorful show. Like death. I don't like that a lot of people shelter kids from what death is. I feel like that is an important thing for children to learn. Because, like, how many children will go through someone dying in their lives when they're children? I did when I was a child. When I was a child, I had to... My uncle and my grandpa died. And I wasn't exactly taught what that really meant. So it was like a struggle, right? So I feel like kids really deserve to learn these things through a safe space like a childhood show or a show for children, instead of just ignore it. I don't know, maybe that's just me. I don't have kids, so... Where's me reading my book? There it is. Have you guys seen the new One Piece plushies? Zoro is so ugly. This is so ugly. Why did they shave him? I'm not used to seeing him like this. Whenever they try to moify Zoro, I'm like, who is this man? Who is this man? I'm not sure about this. Look at the little heart pupils and little star pupils though. That's so cute. But yeah, moified Zoro, something feels wrong. Oh, Sanji! I didn't even mean to do that. Makes me uncomfortable. Quick, someone remind me what chapter Biblo's in. Biblo the Owl. Yeah, when we first see Biblo. $11.35. I'll go look. Yeah, there he is! My man! Oh, he's so cute! This is one of Oda's best designs. I'm serious. He's so cute. Look at him! This is such a good design. Ah! It looks like he's wearing a little cape! Oh my god. Sorry, I love owls. Oh, I love owls. I love birds and owls. My man Biblo the Owl. Who? He's got such a good design. Aww. Biblo. And also a really good name. Biblo. It just, you know, rolls off the tongue. Biblaboo. By the way, I have a question. Guys, what the hell is going on with Labubu? What is going on with Labubus? No one, I knew no one who cared about them. And now suddenly they're fucking everywhere. One Piece even did a collaboration with Labubu. What is happening, guys? It feels like the most, like, forced trend I've ever seen. Simply because it came out of nowhere. You guys don't know what a Labubu is? Oh, I envy you. They're the ugliest little things. I think they're horrible. I do not believe them to be cute. This is a Labubu. I'm trying to find a good quality photo of One Piece Labubus. Why has Sanji been removed from this Labubu picture? What the hell? There we go. So that's a Labubu. And then these are the One Piece Labubu. The poo-poo, the poo-poos. I don't like them. And you know what's actually funny? I actually think the One Piece Labubus have better designs than Labubus themselves. I still don't like these. I still don't enjoy these, but I think they look better than the actual Labubus. The smiles are weirdly creepy. Okay, Zoro kind of... Okay, wait. He kind of fits it. He kind of fits it. But the rest of them I do not enjoy. Oh yeah, Chopper looks horrifying. Yeah, I hate it. I don't like it. I don't like them. Brook as a Labubu was just, yeah, he was just Brook. They don't know how to make Brook into Labubu. Oh, okay. Unfortunately, the Zoro Labubu. Unfortunately, this kind of is him. Unfortunately, that Loki does look like him. Damn, they kind of were on brand with that. But the rest of them I hate. Yeah, I don't understand this. I dislike them. But yeah, everyone's getting one now. People are fighting over them. They used to sell Labubus. Hi, Aaron. They used to sell Labubus in England, like in London. They had to stop because people were fighting. They were physically fighting over Labubus. What is this? Like, what's going on? The attack stance, that was Lion Song. Shushung. I actually don't know if it was. I just like how Zoro says Lion Song. Wait, was it actually? I'm pretty sure when he says that, he does like, he drops. Because every time he does the move where he like kind of drops it low, I'm like, whoa! Like, wow! You know what I mean? It's quite a pose, I'll say that much. I fucking love when he says that. That's my favorite move from him because I love how his voice actor delivers it. Yeah, the pose he hit after Daz Bones. It's a crazy pose. It's a real leg spreader. It's a real leg spreader of a pose. Oh my god, wait, Nightbot shows you guys my latest short and not my latest full video? That's crazy. I should have been making shorts all along. I feel foolish, but I was scared. I was scared about new technology. Boomer. Don't say that. Makes me sad. My favorite Sanji move is Party Table Kick Course, because he really spreads it when he uses that one. I mean, I still think Luffy might turn Dorian Broggy back by the drums of liberation. I think the sound of the drums is going to help them. I think music is going to be very important here. Because Brook's part of this, right? Brook is now part of Elbaf's story with his connection to Gunko. So I feel like a musician is about to be very important. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know who's gonna fight who. Oh my god, stop asking me questions. I don't know. I don't know. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Do you think Wee Wee and Wee Wee? I don't know. I'm scared. Loving Imu so far. So far, everything about Imu is correlating to what Imu is, which is just a malicious, childish dictator. Like, a literal devil. Everything about Imu currently is perfectly correlating to what we can assume their character is. Oda has a way of making sure power connects with like a character's ideals and motives, like who a character is. Making Imu the literal devil is fucking fantastic, and making Imu's powers work with a literal board game, a children's board game, it just keeps going. It just keeps getting better and better from here, right? And everything being so far, Oda's connecting Imu's power with what we can assume Imu is really well. Like, I can guess what Imu's ideals are through Imu's power, and like it's just fantastic. He's really good at connecting power to person. This is one of the reasons why I like Doflamingo so much, because Doffy's power directly correlated to who Doffy was and what he would do and what he believed. It was just, he's really good at it. Absolute cinema. You know the funniest thing about Gear 5 No Tension? That's the point. That's literally the point of Gear 5. You're meant to feel hope and joy when Gear 5 comes out. You're not meant to be like, ooh. You're meant to go, whoopee! That's the point! Like, Oda's even expressed that this is what Gear 5 is. Gear death. You're meant to go yahoo. Huzzah! Gear 5 upon us. Quag, no, I wouldn't say that that was a foreskinning of Imu. I'd say that was more a showing of what different giants think Gear 5 or think Nika is. Not exactly an Imu correlation to me. But, you know, I'm not against it. Guys, foreskinning, come on. Keep up. He did it again. I just got too much foreskin. Is that flipping the right way? Yes. Yeah, Oscar weighs him. I don't use dishwashers much because I'm only one person and I don't use that many dishes. So I just wash my dishes in the sink. Okay, water waster. Damn! Damn, I'm sorry. I'm just one person. I will say, sometimes I do leave my dishes in the sink, like right now. Fuck, hang on, I gotta do the bins, give me a second. I'm back. Oh my god. Dick's so small I piss on my balls. I didn't see that you were in the chat. Hello, how are you doing? I do have a cat. Oh my god, wait. Cat has been obtained. Bobbing, Blueberry. She's so cute. Oh, she's sleepy. I picked her up when she was sleeping. I know. Oh, I know. Mwah. Huh? Pepping. in YouTube chat, Zim. Oh. Here you go, Bob. And now she's on my lap. If there were pink cats, I would have adopted one immediately. No, Blueberry is bobbing and bobbing is Blueberry. Her official government name is Blueberry. But she is also bobbing and Bobbington and Bob and blobbing and Bluebonic and bopping. She's many things. Oh god, yeah, there are naked white cat, pink cats. Yeah, Bluebonic. Zim, scroll up! Blubbery. Bobbing, I love you, Bobbing. Well, I see them. So comfy, Bobbing. So comfy, Bobbing. No doubt my back is going to hurt with her sitting on my lap, but it's the sacrifices we make. You know how Zoro has, like, nothing happen? I'm just like him for real. Leg falling asleep, back hurting, have to piss, cat on the lap. I'm just like Zoro. Mine is much bigger, it's true. I don't think Zoro chooses to be a cat guy, but I think cats really like him. I mean, all he does is sleep all day and lie in the sun. So he's basically a cat himself, right? And I think, because he's also stinky, cats love that shit. Cats love when people are stinky. He stinks, he lies in the sun, and he sleeps. He'd have cats constantly sleeping on him. And I don't think he chooses it, but he wakes up to cats sleeping on him all the time. Well, it'd be cute and more. He'd be like those cat dads who are like, I didn't want a cat. You're not getting a cat. But then like they like end up loving the cat more than anything ever. That's what he'd be like. At first he'd be giving the cat the cold shoulder, like no. Didn't choose this, but then suddenly the cat's like his best friend. Oh, sorry, Bob. Bopped your nose. I bopped Bopping's nose. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to. Yeah, cats are also attracted to you if you don't look at them. That's another cat-like behavior that Zoro has. If Sanji doesn't pay attention to him. Oh my god, who said that? Okay, but nearly every animal on this planet sees eye contact as a threat. We are probably one of the only animals on this planet that do not see eye contact as a threat. And I feel like that's why it's so hard to make eye contact with people, because I think we have evolved. Monkeys and apes, eye contact is a threat to them. Monkeys and apes see eye contact as a threat. Guess what we fucking evolved from? I have a belief that we are not made for eye contact, and that's why multiple people, me included, find it so hard to keep eye contact. That's why it feels awkward and unsettling. Because my instinct, my guttural instinct is I think this person wants to fight. Like, that's my game theory. I don't think we're made to make eye contact. Because all of our primates that we have evolved from don't make eye contact. They see it as a threat. Posture's not a myth. Posture does actually help with your spine. And I know that this is not a myth because I have an uncle, an aunt, and a cousin that all work in physiotherapy. All of them. Posture's actually important. I'm sorry to tell you guys. I know it breaks your heart. I'm afraid posture is important. Unfortunately, the boomers are right about that one. You should sit with a straight back. Otherwise, your spine will not only hurt, but it does, you can get that bump. Physiotherapist. Well, you gotta go to the right physiotherapist. But physiotherapists are good. They're good for you. You just have to actually do what they tell you. And it's a long process and it can hurt. But of course, I'm a little bit defensive about it because I have family in the field. Also, my physiotherapist uncle, he hates what's it called when you like crack people's like bones? What's that called? What's that called? When you like crack chiropractor, he hates that shit because that's like pseudoscience. Chiropractor stuff, that's not real. That will give you quick relief but won't actually fix anything. Oh my god, Zim! Dick So Small is in the chat. I haven't heard of anyone dying from it. I just know it's not actually good for you. Oh, there you go. There you go, Kason. Yeah, that's a scam. Physiotherapy is real. Chiropractor stuff is a scam. Osteopath? Let me check what that actually is. No, this seems legit. Massage is legit. Never mind, it's told Google has just said osteopathy is a pseudo-scientific system. Massaging is good though. Yeah, I just had to scroll down just then. Okay, so it's more than just massaging. Alright, I got it. What are the differences between a physiotherapist and an osteopath? Oh, my uncle would actually fucking lose it at that, I think. I think that would really upset him. I can see why he hates chiropractor stuff now, because I guess people will go to chiropractic instead of physiotherapists, and I guess that must be really annoying. Oh, I see Subaki. Zim, refresh the chat or something. Dick So Small can see you. They are in another dimension. Dick So Small, Zimbabwe Queen can't see me. Oops. Oops. I'm labeling my files wrong. Bobbing, bobbing, bobbing. The drums of Bobbinglation. The drums of Bobbing Nation. The bobbing of liberation. La 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 la. Thank you, Professor. Thank you. I'm really enjoying making it, and I'm now that I have a proper microphone that doesn't sound like I'm in a tin can, I can make actual proper content. D of the Will. Who is Will? I think my favorite ongoing joke within the One Piece fandom is Ask the D question. Because it is fun. There is no offense you could possibly take from that. And it's smart. Fun, inoffensive, and smart. That's a good joke. Yeah, Ask D question. That's a really good one. Down D Stairs is also pretty good. The way three of you down D Stairs. Give Karino a break. Buggy D Clown. I've told this story so many times. But I can never get over when I said Buggy D Clown in front of someone and they said, wow, thanks for spoiling it for me. And I didn't know what to say because I had a million thoughts running through my head of, like, if I say that it's not a spoiler, then I'm spoiling them. I'm spoiling them on the fact that he isn't a D. So I just said, sorry. So I just said sorry. And this was at a convention. I never saw that person again. And I genuinely have to wonder, did they finish reading One Piece and are they questioning where the fuck the Buggy D reveal was? Because I was like thinking, if I say to them, no, it's just a joke, then I've spoiled to them that Buggy has not been revealed as a D. It's still a spoiler, so I just said sorry. I remember when I first made my Zoro video, I made a joke about Zoro kills Kaido, and I had so many people in the comments going, wow, thanks for spoiling it for us. And I was like, if you guys think that's a spoiler, you're in for a surprise. You are in for a surprise. I had one person come back on that video and say, oh, he doesn't actually kill Kaido. And I was like, yes! It's literally a joke. The D being Joy Boy Descendants. Yeah, that's a popular one. I've heard that before. Well, now, because we've had the mural revealed to us and the text that Robin read, it seems it's possible that the D is the half moon, or whatever it was that she said. We can't connect everything together, but it does sound like we're starting to get an idea of what it could be. I've thought about streaming many games. I just don't have the time, as I keep saying. I put all my work and my focus into editing, writing and editing. By the way, I will be continuing to watch Kids on the Slope in the Discord tonight after I've done my work today. Because I want to keep watching it. If anyone here wants to catch up to where we were at, we made it to episode 5. And it's 100% something you should watch from the start. Hang on, I'm double checking that we did actually make it to episode 5. Hi! Scared me. Yeah, it was episode 5. So we watched episode 5 and then we finished for the night. And I will be continuing to watch it in the Discord. Actually, let me put that in the Discord announcements. Okay. Hello! Thank you for the raid. No chapter this week. Have I not used thinking? Oh, there she is. Get out of here. Oh, thank you. Which one do you like the most? This is when you're like, fuck, I didn't actually watch any of them. Zora's big fat boobs have become my brand. If I mention Zora in a video and I don't mention his boobies, people, they riot. They riot. They say, where is it? I didn't mention them once in a sponsor segment and everyone went, where is it? Where is it? And I went, oh damn. I didn't realize that everyone was this about it. Nami video favorite. Oh, thank you. I have thought about doing a video on Whitebeard, but I was thinking about making a video on One Piece and the portrayal of family and including Whitebeard in that, because I think Whitebeard, while he is a good character, I think he's not big enough alone to be able to make an essay. Do you know what I mean? So I'd probably include him within that on top of other characters and what family means to them, like non-traditional family. Whoa, bobbing! You scared the shit out of me. She wants to leave. Hang on. Get out of here! That also means I can put Whitebeard in the thumbnail. And people will go, ooh! And they'll click it. The One Piece is real! I swear I've used it before. The anime still has wins, by the way. The rooftop episode, when we first got to the rooftop, that was a huge win. Sanji's fight with Queen was incredible in the anime. Just absolutely incredible. I could truly feel the Sanji love through that. The way they presented Sanji telling Luffy that he needs help in Whole Cake Island, that direction was fantastic. Gear 5 was really good, yeah. But again, this is the issue with Toei. They're not consistent. That's the issue. Whole Cake Island is your partner's favorite arc? Am I your partner? It's my favorite arc. Kason, I personally didn't feel that. And the reason I didn't feel that is simply because Sanji's episode with Queen was just, it was just phenomenal. It was really good. Incredible adaptation of that scene. I was shocked. I was shocked at how good that was. From the Germa kingdom crumbling before him to wearing the iron mask. That was fucking crazy. Katakuri's good. The statue of Judge's head towering over Sanji as he's wearing the iron mask is just insane. Whoever made that, they are the Sanji fan. Everything they adapted there was they truly understood what Sanji's struggles are and what his story is. Because holy shit, that was just an incredible use of like just adaptation. Well, thank you, Vincent, whoever you are. Whoever you are, thank you. Sanji does not hate science. He hates unethical science. He still believes in logic and facts. But he's also romantic. Oh, thank you. How do I say your name? Batir? Batir? I'm so sorry. I'm horrible at name pronunciation. But you're right. Oh, good. I got it right. I have to download something. I'm kind of Luffy core. It's true. I don't mean to be Luffy core about it, it just happens. Oh, I'm on the page where Colin is yelling for his dad. This was so horrible. He's just a little boy. Man. He's just a little boy who wants his dad. Oda, you are fucked up for this. Sorry, we talk about the manga here, as you can tell, so I'm sorry if I spoil anything. Eh. Oh, thank goodness. I know I've got manga panels on screen. Get rid of this, add this. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Oh! Ah! Oh my god, this is one of Oda's most horrifying fucking, like, pages. Everything about this is just this... Everything about this, like, this is probably one of my absolute favorite scenes he's ever written. Because everything about it is just gut-wrenching. From Colin yelling for his dad, to Gunko recognition, to Gaban sweating. Like, fuck, the whole thing is horrifying to me. You know how One Piece has that, like, horror string? That's what I'm imagining with this. I have to change the music. The music is too happy. I inspired you to go pink. Good! That's the plan! It's working, it's working, it's working. That's the plan. Everyone else has to start going pink. I want to see a pink society. Or I will rage. Oh god, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I flashbanged anyone there. Oh! Thrash, I got the new mic. It's in my newest video. My newest short. So, I just got a really good comment. Rayleigh suffers from alcoholism, whereas Zoro enjoys every minute of it. Wait, I gotta like that. That's so funny. They're right! Zoro enjoys every minute of it.
Howdy do, boys.
Howdy do. I need you guys to know, in my new short, I talk about Rayleigh and Zoro. I don't mention Sanji at all. I don't mention Sanji. And yet the comments are mentioning Sanji. Because they're saying, but Sanji when it comes to like Conqueror's Haki. I didn't even bring him up. I didn't even bring him up. I'm just saying Zoro and Rayleigh are not one-to-ones of each other. I didn't even mention Sanji. This is a rare moment when I haven't even mentioned Sanji. No, but Tia, this is what I'm arguing. There are similarities, but Zoro is not Rayleigh and Sanji is not Gaban. I think Gaban and Rayleigh are bizarro hybrids of Zoro and Sanji together, and I thought they always were, because I don't see Zoro and Rayleigh the same way I don't completely see Sanji and Gaban either. I can see how there are similarities, but they are not one-to-one versions of each other, right? They mirror each other to an extent, but there's also similarities of Zoro's personality in Gaban too. The same way there are similarities of Sanji's personality in Rayleigh. They're a mix and match. But there's this obsession of Sanji is Gaban and Zoro is Rayleigh, and I don't agree with that, because I feel like Oda has purposefully made Gaban and Rayleigh hybrid. A hybrid of both of Zoro and Sanji. I think he did that on purpose. Can't type. Sorry, I'm now. And also, my point is being proven because people in these comments are saying, I feel like Rayleigh's a combo of this character and this character, this character and this character, this character and this character. And I said in the short, I feel like Rayleigh's a combination of multiple different characters. I don't feel like Rayleigh is meant to mirror any specific Straw Hat. I think Rayleigh has a similar position to Zoro, but he's not Zoro, and that's on purpose. In the same way, Gaban has a similar preaching of love to Sanji, but he isn't Sanji, and that's on purpose. It just feels very on purpose to me, but I don't know. Because I knew the second that thing had, like, Gaban popped out and he talked about love and Luffy was like, haha, he sounds like Sanji. I know exactly that people are going to go, oh, okay, so he's exactly Sanji. Even though there's also elements of other characters in Gaban. Nope. Well, first of all, Gaban uses 2 axes and uses mainly like double axe slicing moves. That's one of them. Second of all, he has that similar competitive immaturity that Zoro has. When Gaban held up his fingers and said, I'm second strongest, do you know who we recently saw do that after being knocked out? Zoro. Zoro did that in Onigashima. When Zoro was knocked out and Sanji said he's worth 10 men, Zoro knocked out said 2,000 men. This is shit that Zoro does too. So there are also similarities when it comes to Gaban and Zoro as well. But honestly, think about it. As a mentor, who could Gaban mentor better? Sanji or Zoro? Think about his own fighting style, right? No, it's not personality swapped. They just have similar personality, like they have a mix and match. There's elements of everyone in there. But Gaban could mentor Zoro really well. He's got like a similar kind of fighting style to be able to help Zoro. The move he uses against Zoro and Luffy when he's fighting him over the key, that like 1 million slashes or something, that sounds like something Zoro can pick up, doesn't it? So when I saw Gaban, I was like, he feels like he preaches about love like Sanji, but he fights like Zoro. There's a real... And he has the immaturity streak of both Sanji and Zoro. There's a real mix and match here. Because people will mirror Zoro and Sanji on a very superficial level, which is Scar and Sword. And I'm like, okay, but Rayleigh's form of fighting is not similar to Zoro's. And neither of these characters has a similar form of fighting to Sanji. So how does it make sense to mirror anybody on that superficial level? But I'm also just totally against one-to-oneing the Straw Hats with the Roger Pirates because I do not believe... No, Sanji was trained by Ivan. What? Where did that come from? Of course Sanji was trained by Ivan. Also, the first thing Rayleigh did when we first saw him fight someone was use his leg. That is true. He's literally a combo of Zoro and Sanji more than anything. That's true. I completely forgot about that. With the sandals. But yeah, I think I think one-to-oneing, it's Ivor or Ivan, but I think one-to-oneing the Straw Hats with the Roger Pirates the way some people are doing is not what we're supposed to be doing. Because the Straw Hats are still themselves. Gaban and Rayleigh are the wings, the same way Zoro and Sanji are the wings, but Zoro is not Rayleigh, and Sanji is not Gaban. Well, so again, Rayleigh called Zoro an idiot. He called Zoro an idiot. Who else does that? It's true, all the Straw Hats do that. By the way, I said that, God, why can't people read? I said that all the Straw Hats are loyal, and someone was like, Nami and Sanji left the crew, they are not loyal. Why can't people read? They always just said Usopp left the crew, he's not loyal. And of course, I despise that. I despise that because, wow, way to take out all the fucking context. And then again, I've told you guys, everyone forgets that Zoro said to Luffy, if you do this, I'm leaving the crew. Everyone forgets that. And it's like, why does Zoro get this special treatment? I just don't understand. Where is that page, actually? It was after Water 7. That's when they mentioned dragon. I remember this because I remember when he said that, I was like, whoa! That was rough. Like, that's a rough thing for him to say. Bing ba bang boom. Here it is, found it. I don't care how much you screw around under normal circumstances, but you're still the captain and you rank above me. By the way, you rank above me. If you don't act like the captain at a time like this, I'll be the next one to leave this group. We literally have Zoro threatening if you don't do what you're supposed to do, I'm fucking leaving. And they totally forget about this. And I'm telling you, people, they would reason around. They would reason around. No, this makes him, like, more loyal. And it's like, he's literally threatening to leave if Luffy doesn't act the way he's supposed to act. And they're like, it's an unconditional loyalty. Like, guys, why does everyone forget that he said this? I remember the only person that agreed with Sanji in this moment, that agreed with Zoro in this moment was Sanji. I always bring that up because I hate that he gets removed from this conversation. See? Nami, I'm afraid what he's saying is completely right for once. So everyone was like getting fucking grumpy at Zoro, and Sanji said he's right. He was the only one that agreed with him here. And it had to persuade everyone to listen to him. So it's like, I don't understand why. Why does this get totally forgotten about? They're acting like Zoro would never leave the crew. He'd never leave the crew. He has threatened to leave the crew if Luffy doesn't shape up. They see it as him having the power to make decisions. Yeah, the decision is, Luffy, I will leave if you don't make the right decision. Oh, God. It's just ridiculous. But yeah, I hate when it's like Usopp left the crew. I hate that because it's like you're removing the context completely in this moment. Which is Usopp is feeling incredibly useless under Luffy, and there has been nothing showing that Luffy sees Usopp as like a crewmate to keep around with what's happening to the Merry, right? Of course Usopp is going to have doubts in that moment. There's no loyal competition. There's no loyal competition. It's the fact that everyone thinks Zoro's loyalty is unconditional. It's not. He has stated that it is not. If only we had thought bubbles. Zoro's love is unconditional. His loyalty, it's a whole thing. Look, they treat Zoro like he's a dog. They treat Zoro like he has absolutely no thought outside of Luffy Captain. And it's really frustrating because I see moments of, oh, he's actually a human being. He's actually a human being who will not just do what Luffy says. The same way all the Straw Hats will not just do what Luffy says. It is a community, right? That's the point. They see it as him having power to make decisions after Luffy. That's actually insane. That's a crazy way to interpret that. That sounds like copium. They see it as an act of vice captain. Only Zoro can kick Luffy's ass, but others can't. They would be considered disloyal. So how do they take Sanji kicking Luffy during the Usopp fight when Zoro didn't do anything? How do they take that? I've actually seen how they take that. They struggle to comprehend it. I've watched them struggle. I've seen Reddit threads asking why didn't Zoro do anything when Sanji kicked Luffy. I've watched them be confused because they cannot comprehend that Zoro actually respects the other crewmates. They cannot comprehend that Zoro actually does respect what Sanji has to say and what he's doing in that moment. They just can't comprehend it. So they're like, why did Zoro let Sanji get away with that? Because he's not getting away with anything. Because Zoro agrees with what Sanji's doing in that moment. because Luffy was speaking out of turn. He was speaking too harshly. Oh, I was looking for music. But yeah, it's crazy. It's insane. It's insane. If you read One Piece through this hierarchy standpoint of, no, my goat always has to be on top, then you're gonna have a bad time. My voice is snotty. I'm just Australian, I'm sorry. I just sound snotty, I guess. Maybe I am extra snotty, actually. It is winter and it's cold, so I think I'm a bit extra snotty. That's the other thing. Zoro's loyal, Zoro's loyal. He respects the captain's decision. He's not even respecting Luffy's decision with Loki. He's not even trusting him with Loki. How many times do I have to say this? They bend over backwards to explain what Zoro is like doing, and it's like he's not trusting Luffy's decision when it comes to Loki. He's believing rumors over Loki. But when Zoro does this, it's because he's the vice captain and he's just that smart. It's like a paradox, you know what I mean? He trusts Luffy unless he has a different idea, then he doesn't trust Luffy. Exactly, he's loyal, he's not blindly loyal, and it's the same with all the Straw Hats. But saying Nami left the crew and that makes her unloyal is insane. That's how I know you're not reading. Because Nami left the crew, she loved them, she didn't want them to be killed by Arlong. That was the whole point. The same thing that happened with Sanji and Whole Cake Island. He didn't want his crew being caught up in his problem. So he went to his own personal hell to try and leave the crew out of this. How do you not read properly? I can't understand it. When I read Whole Cake Island, I was like, how can anyone read Whole Cake Island and think Sanji doesn't have an intense loyalty to Luffy? The entirety of Whole Cake Island was just how much Sanji loves the crew and loves Luffy, and how he'd rather kill himself than let the crew ever be in danger. Like, how crazy is that? How do you miss that? Hi, Mama Mad Dog. Wah. Alright, I gotta buckle down and edit. But yeah, also calling someone like Usopp not loyal is so annoying when he has sacrificed his life many times on the battlefield being the average Joe for the sake of the Straw Hats. Many times. The fact that Miss Merry Christmas grabbed Usopp and said, your captain will be killed. Your captain's gonna die. And Usopp stood his ground and said, how fucking dare you? That should have been enough. That should have been enough to cement to people how much Luffy means to Usopp. how much Usopp believes in Luffy and how loyal Usopp is to Luffy, which is why the altercation in Water 7 was so hard to watch, because we know how much Luffy means to Usopp. We know how much we know how much Usopp respects Luffy. And we know something is drastically wrong due to what is going on with the Mary and with Usopp. They rank it at the bottom, Usopp's loyalty, because he left Luffy, he didn't agree with what Luffy said. The ironic part is, if that didn't happen, Luffy wouldn't have grown as a captain. Isn't that the most ironic part of it all? If that didn't happen between Usopp and Luffy, Luffy would not have grown as a captain and grown to understand what a captain is. And after all of it, and after everything that went down, Usopp still bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry." And I still think that was a bit of an odd choice on Oda's behalf, because I still think there needed to be more of a double up there regarding Usopp and Luffy speaking to each other. I would have much more preferred those two have a moment together alone instead of this rush from the ship, personally. But he still bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry." And yet people will look at Usopp and go, "Boo!" And it's like, Jesus Christ. They can never be redeemed. He can never be redeemed in their eyes. And I think that's just so sad. Hi. Luffy did apologize after the fight, that much is true. But I think there needed to be more of a talk between them on why that happened and why that got so heated. I didn't like that. Like, that's one of... I know this is, like, controversial, but that's one of the things that I did not enjoy as much for the ending of Water 7, because I didn't enjoy how quick that felt. I would have much preferred if Usopp did come to Luffy and they did actually get to talk that out a bit more. Like, Usopp still has to say sorry, of course. Not every moment can be shown on page, but I just do think Luffy and Usopp deserved that. It's also mainly because the whole Mary thing was an altercation specifically between Luffy and Usopp, which is why it kind of felt odd when he was bowing. It was like with the whole crew. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I would have liked a lot more if Usopp bowed specifically to Luffy and asked for sorry and for that forgiveness, and having it end in like a nice moment specifically between Usopp and Luffy. But I know that's an unpopular opinion because everyone is obsessed with Water 7 and Enies Lobby. That's the other thing. Usopp was the only one to see the Clobertaman, I don't know how to say it. Usopp was the only one to see that the Mary is alive, to hear the Mary's voice and see how much the Mary loves them. And I'm meant to turn on Usopp and say he's not loyal. The reason he even fought Luffy in that moment is because he knew how much the Mary loved them. He saw the Mary. Right? And it's like, that's why that was so painful. So I hate when people don't understand Usopp in that moment and treat him like he's crazy. God, I hate looking for music. It always takes up so much time. Hello. This is a good one. I hope we see the Thousand Sunny Club. I sure hope we do. Well, the reason so many of these people don't care about Usopp's feelings when it comes to Water 7 is because they agree that Usopp is a useless bum and that, yeah, Luffy should discard him. So how can you possibly tell a story like this with Usopp to those people? They're not gonna listen. They're just gonna agree with Usopp thinking he's useless. Either way, after Water 7, we see just how insanely ride or die is Usopp is for his crew, that's like the most important part to me. He was always so ride or die for his crew, and he was never treated with that respect. Like, I just can't believe Usopp is one of the first characters to say Luffy will be King of Pirates. He's like the second one to say that, I think, as a Straw Hat. And he doesn't get given that respect. Club or whatever. No, it was in Alabasta. Back in Alabasta, Miss Merry Christmas grabbed him and said, "Your captain's gonna die. Against Crocodile, he's a bum." And Usopp said, you will not get away with speaking ill on Luffy's dreams. He will become the King of Pirates. Because Usopp was about to run away. He was scared because he saw that Miss Merry Christmas and Mr. Four were just too much for him until she grabbed him and said that. And that's when he shaped the fuck up and said, "You're not getting away with saying that about my captain." Which is also why it's so frustrating when Nami gets caught by Ulti. And Ulti says, "Go on, say that your captain won't become King of the Pirates, and people get mad at Usopp for Usopp saying, Nami, say it, because he just doesn't want her to die. Like, how can you get mad at at Usopp for that? When Usopp just doesn't want to see Nami be killed in this moment. Hi, Ulti. Oh, sorry, Volti. Because if I were in Usopp's position and I couldn't do anything and my friend were about to be killed and someone said to my friend, say this and I won't kill you, I'd say it, say it. I've said this, Usopp is like the most anti-shonen character ever, so of course the shonen heads are not gonna get it. They're just not gonna get what the point of Usopp is, which is a little bit sad. Oh, I hate this page. I hate this page. Ah, a horrible, horrible page. Oda, you're a monster. You're a monster. Stop eating shrimps with the wimps and come eat lobster with a monster. Anyway, Usopp, get behind me. Usopp, get behind me. He's just a little boy. He's just a little boy. I don't like kids, but I don't want them to suffer. I don't want to see children suffer. What am I copying that's incorrect here? Kid Doffy is interesting. Because I think he deserved a little bit of suffering. Not the amount he got, but he deserved a little bit. He deserved a little bit of suffering. Just a little bit. He was still telling people to bow to him. But when I say he deserved a bit of suffering, I mean it deserved like a slap on the wrist. Doffy without Treble still would have had conquerors, is the thing. So he already had that anger inside of him, which is why Treble even seeked him out. So I'm of the belief that Doffy still would have found his way to power even without Treble, which is why I struggle to say that Treble groomed him exactly, because I say Treble more so just continued to, what's the word, feed into Doffy's like bad habits. I wish I knew. Enabled him. Treble 100% enabled him. And I always say this, Treble gave Doffy the choice of your father or power. He had that choice. Treble wasn't grooming Doffy into that. And Doffy chose to kill the man who loved him unconditionally for power. This is why I struggle to say Treble truly groomed Doffy, because that was still a choice Doffy made by himself as a kid, because he had that anger inside of him. Treble did not help the situation, no, but we could still see this was a part of Doffy, because when people say Doffy was groomed by Treble, it sounds like, oh, Doffy was like made into this by Treble specifically, and I simply don't believe that's the case, because I think that takes blame away from the celestial dragon system and puts it on Treble. And that wasn't just Treble. This was also the enforcing of the Celestial Dragon system that made Doffy believe he deserves more than this. He deserves slaves. He deserves people to bow to him. He deserves this power and this rage. Treble just reinforced it, right? Would Doffy have killed Korra if Treble made that part of the deal? Yes. Doffy already killed Corazon. Like, Corazon already ran off after Doffy killed their dad, and Doffy didn't make a move to find him. So I think, yes, he would have killed him as well. Like, basically, it's yes, Doffy is this bad. Treble did not help, but Treble is not the reason Doffy is like this. Treble's a factor. Well, Shy, you're removing a big part of that. There's a huge bit of context you're missing, and that's Doffy was raised in a system that made him the elite and powerful. Kuma was in a system that made him the oppressed. Doffy was not in an oppressive system with where he was born. He was literally born on top of the world, and he demanded that power back. That's the difference. Kuma was never born on top. He was literally born oppressed. Which is why it's a showing the celestial dragon system is not good for anybody. Anybody. Yeah, no, Doffy is just a 1%er who lost his 1% position and wants to go back to being a 1%er. That's why he's just so fucking dastardly. He desires power for nothing more than just to be powerful. He desires power simply to oppress, because he believes he's better than everyone, because he used to be. Because he's told he was by being born better than everyone. Which is why when it's like, oh, poor Doffy, I'm like, poor Doffy what? Poor Doffy what? Oh no, he can't go back on his throne and have his slaves. Like, what? Homing wasn't a bad dad, but he was irresponsible. He was incredibly naive. He's an example of a rich, rich man who was totally out of touch with the world. Totally out of touch with the world. I think he was a good dad, but incredibly naive. Made horrible decisions. He could be better, but he loved his son unconditionally. And that's a rarity. That is an incredible rarity in One Piece. Even when his son held a gun to his head, he said, "Doffy, I love you." That's a dad that loves his child, right? My dog, no! No, for real, he's not a bad dad. He should have taught Doffy more, but he's not a bad dad. He just made horrible decisions. I think there's a difference. There's a difference between judge and homing. Oh, I'm looking at the page of Gaban seeing Colin being killed with his, like, future side haki. And crying. Don't do it. Oh. What the fuck, Oda? What are you doing? What is your problem? Who hurt you? What if I draw children being threatened and their fathers having to save them? But they can't save them. You evil man. You evil, evil man. I think it is Oda's worst nightmare here. Sounds about right. You truly, in my opinion, can tell like how having a child or children has affected Oda's writing. You can really, really see it. For the better, by the way. His writing has become a lot more tender. A lot more tender. Like, I truly don't believe Oda could have written the story he did with Bonnie and Kuma did he not have daughters himself. It really felt like that whole arc was just a love letter to his own children. It really felt like that. Because when I was reading that, I was thinking about how much I love my dad. Like, I was thinking about how much I love my dad and how lucky I am to have a dad who loves me like Kuma loves Bonnie. As cheesy as that sounds, I was like, wow, love is real. This is crazy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, hang on. I've jumped the gun. I can't look at these pages. I want to like cry. They're so fucked up. With this music as well? No! This says no copyright. Let's see if it's true. No, this claims a video unless you Alright, this should do. The shuttle. I'm waiting for the vibes.
Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Yeah, this will do. I just couldn't keep listening to that music with what's on screen. Koala and Jinbei meeting up is like one of my top 10 things I want to see in One Piece. If I don't see that in my lifetime, I'm killing Oda. That's it! I'm killing him. Killing him. Oh! I get it now! Wait, now I understand his name! Cause he's killing him! Oh, very clever. Very clever. Sorry, I didn't mean to scream that loud. I just got really excited. Hot pun. They're writing songs of love, but not for me. The lucky stars above can guarantee. 114910. I'm glad I'm your cat shit cleaning ambience. Wow, the cat shit clean ambiance streamer. I'm honored, guys, I'm honored. I should probably remove that text. Moonbeam ice cream. Oh. Hi. I do like how we're seeing here in Elbaf that the giants, just everyone cannot stand a child dying over their country, right? Because if Gabon were to sacrifice Colin in this moment, then Elbaf would be saved. If Yarrow decided to sacrifice Runja in that moment, then the library and the school would be saved. But this is a lesson that's taught over and over and over again, that nothing is worth human, like, sacrifice to this extent. Because, we saw that as well in the Baratier. The Baratier was quite literally about the real treasure is not the Baratier for Zeph, it was Sanji. He never wanted Sanji's life to mean less than the Baratier. Sanji's life always meant more than the Baratier. And that's why what Sanji was doing in the Baratier was really pissing Zeph off. Because Sanji's his son, he wanted him to live, right? And Oda has shown us time and time and time again, he doesn't believe in choosing the sacrifice of people over anything else, right? That's not what he believes in. Like, there's a difference when you yourself are giving yourself to your own dream. You're giving your life to your own dream, such as what Zoro's doing as a master swordsman, what Luffy's doing as a pirate king, what all the Straw Hats are doing by being pirates, right? But there's a difference between that and giving your life to something or someone else for sacrifice. Because we were shown that difference in the Baratier when Luffy grabbed Sanji and said, your life should not be sacrificed. Like, what are you sacrificing for? Doo-doo. So the kids were always going to be put first because we've seen that this is one of Oda's beliefs. He will never ever 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 believe in human life in exchange for something. He'll never believe that. Unless, like, this is something that someone is their own dream that they believe in. Look how big this baby is. Also, it's not sacrifice. If the person does not want to sacrifice by choice their life, like if they are put in a situation where it's your life or this thing, that's not sacrifice, that's murder. That is blackmail for murder. That is also something that Oda fully believes. If this is not your own dream that you were wanting to put your life on the line for, because the Baratier wasn't Sanji's dream, it was Zeph's dream, then Oda doesn't believe in that. He is trying to find the All Blue. He's on the sea. You have to remember the All Blue is a fairy tale. I think Sanji would know if he's found the All Blue. They haven't come across the All Blue. There's absolutely no hints for the All Blue. The All Blue is like Narnia. You have to remember this. The All Blue is the fairy tale of fairy tales. By being on the Grand Line, he is searching for the All Blue. That's enough. He doesn't have to go to every single island and go, yes, this is not the All Blue. Apart from Fisherman Island where he saw beautiful mermaids. But this is why when Zoro and Sanji did what they did for Luffy in Thriller Bark, they're not telling him. Because they know that would upset Luffy. Oh god. Ears are hurting. Hang on. Will it look stupid if I do this? Give me a second. I was gonna hide myself, but who cares? Get my ears out. Oh. Alright, that looks fine. Good. Big ass head. Right, Kason, how does that work? And this is why it's such a fairy tale. Very good. Very good. I needed to see that today. I did complete Pokemon. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Just reminded me of that post. I'm really into DP, in brackets Daft Punk, not double penetration. The playthrough is on my YouTube VOD channel in the live section. Oh god. I don't like it. This is not silly. Do it! No! I have to edit this immediately. What do you mean, do it? Remove that text. Oh my god. Kill my son. Oh. $20 and still no job. So remove that text. La 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 la. What are you looking at? Freak. Whoops. Lala! Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I've been too absorbed to Lala! I'm rusty. Who's stronger, the guy that doesn't want his kid to die or the guy that keeps trying to off himself? Yes, these are the questions of the ages. Monkey! I made my friends crack up because I went over to their house after doing some house searching, and we were just watching YouTube, and I said, can I like type something, and they said sure, and I typed in monkey and they just cracked up laughing. I was trying to type in monkey ball but monkey was enough. Monkey funny. I really like Pepper Stir. I cannot summon Foily. Foily arrives at will of their own, no one else's. Oh my god, Thought Bubble. Yeah! Shoo bap da 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 shoo shada boop 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 boo shada doop boop 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 boo shada doop 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 doo shada doop 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 doo pa 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 shabba doo ba da boo ba da boo shabba ba 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 da boo shabba boo ba da boo ba da boo shabba ba 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 da boo shabba ba 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 boo. Whoops. Whoops. just thought about I Saw the TV Glow again. Oh, fuck. Why does that movie hurt so much? Yow! Oh, by the way, I completely forgot. My Vivi figure was fully funded on Throne. Someone fully funded it when I wasn't streaming. I can't see who finished the funding for it. And I'm trying to. Oh, for God's sake. How the hell do I check this? Mel versus technology, good lord. Gifter Sanji, what? What the hell? How do I check? Well, I think whoever paid the rest did that anonymously. Whoever you are, thank you! Because I can't see their name unless I'm just stupid. Oh, if it's not clips of the actual anime itself, Flamingo, I don't think I really care. I want to see the trailer. Oh, and voice actors actually. Did they announce voice actors? Alright, then who cares? Borglaw. Bobbing Burglaw. Oh, I haven't seen the new Bob Burging episodes yet. I did not- how am I not copying the right ones? What is happening here? Oh, that's how. I can see I've copied the right one. Good. Progress is slow? Alright. fish. I like how manga authors have like manga sonas. They all have a manga sona. When I get to 10 minutes in my editing. Go out now! Right now! I have probably 30 minutes more. I'm gonna speed run. Probably more than 30 minutes. I'm being hopeful. One, 1, 4, 9, 11. What? What did I just say? Kids on the Slope will be soon. Let me work first. Goodness me. I'm purposely making this a shorter working day just so we can watch Kids on the Slope. 'Cause it's taking ages to render. Oh, I'm really excited to see Brooks form a kingdom. I'm really excited. Yo. I hope he met Yorkie because Yorkie was singing Bing Spoos. Bing Sake, sorry. I hope he heard Yorkie singing Bing Sake and he went, oh, what is this beautiful sound? Oh, obviously Yorkie's going to be important. I'm really excited to see how Yorkie, basically, like, what about Yorkie made Brooke, pledge loyalty to Yorkie as a captain. I'm really excited for that. La 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 la. Flip back. I really like this guy. Enjoy him quite a lot. That's exactly why I like him. He's so me. Sorry. I can imagine Brooke going, "Moon, meme ice cream, taking off your blue jeans, dancing at the movies. Cause it feels so mystical, magical. Gonna move this fella back a little bit. Ah! Wait, I fucked up. Okay, go, there we go. Oh my god, get down, Mr. President. Montreal Flamingo, I can finish your thought. They're saying that Imu's a woman because of that, aren't they? Is that what you're gonna say? People are saying that? Is that it? Did I get it right? Oh, what were you gonna say? Oh, they're just saying she has long hair. What the fuck? Yeah, no. No. That's not how hair works. Yeah, I had someone in my stream, my chapter read stream, they said the hair got longer. That must mean Imu's a woman. And I was like, all of the Celestial Elders except for Mr. Bald Man, there's like 2 bald ones, except for Bald and Balder, have long hair. Long hair is not a sign of gender. Gunko's hair was hidden in her cloak. That's a fucking awful haircut if that's her hair. No, that's when she had longer hair and you can tell. No, it's not true. Her hair grew because of Imu. I will not be caught in this propaganda. The panel alongside Brooke is when she's younger. This isn't when she's a holy knight. And look, you can even see the difference. Let me explain to you what the difference is between these. Oops, that's the wrong one. Okay, look at this. This is when she's younger. This is not her currently. Look at her hair and look at where it cuts off there. Can you see that point there? How these parts actually go down and how there's actually like... You can see her actual locks of hair. Look at it here. She doesn't actually have any proper locks of hair here. You can see the difference. Nothing is going down into her cloak. Ah! See? And then you see here, you see it again. Nothing is going down into her cloak. This is specifically coming out the back of her head. That's a different... She's got a different haircut now. This is when she was younger. This is her now. Oh, I'm up to 9 minutes. It's definitely a sign of possession that her hair grew. Also, why would Oda hide her long hair if she had it? I'm not sure what the point of that would be for. Mama Mad Dog, that's an insanely horrible thought. I don't know if I should forgive you. You've been wrong one too many times. You're on thin ice. Baron Tamago is like, I'm about to like pull the lever. I'm about to hang him. He did hide Killingham's face. That was an interesting choice from him. But Gunko's hair? Why? Yeah, but wah wah wee wah. So are people still saying that Gunko is a secret Revolutionary Army agent, by the way? Just because of her goggles! It was a silly theory to begin with. You need more to a theory than just clothes, I think. Just goggle. Because tons of characters in One Piece wear the same clothing. It doesn't mean anything to me. Usopp had goggles. Oh, I believe she's a princess. No, I believe Gunko's a princess. I even say it in this video that that's my theory as well. I think she used to be the princess of her kingdom. My music. Oh, there we go. I say it in this video, but I say we're already watching Imu take over a kingdom and claiming who Imu wants as the kings. Like, who should rule. So what's saying that Imu hasn't done that before? I think it's possible that Imu did that before to Gunko's kingdom. Or I also say it's also possible that Gunko was given up as the celestial tribute by her own father. I think it's one of those. It's either Gunko was given up as the celestial tribute to the celestial dragons and Imu by... well, Imu, they wouldn't have seen Imu, but given as a celestial tribute by her father, or her island was taken over by Imu, basically rearranging the royalty. I remember when I was watching One Piece, what made me realize how insane the world government's power was and how authoritarian the world government's power was with Vivi. When Nami said to Luffy, you cannot let them know that we are Vivi's friends or Vivi will be punished for siding with pirates. Like, she'll be punished, maybe killed for siding with pirates. And I was like, in her own kingdom... in her own kingdom, she can't even have pirates as friends. Because I thought, okay, maybe on the waters, but in her own kingdom, the Princess of Alabasta can't get away with that. Like, I remember thinking how silly that was, and then as One Piece kept going, I was like, oh, the world government are actually just this powerful and this terrifying that even a princess of her own kingdom can't do something against the world government. And that also put into perspective how dangerous it was for Vivi point blank to be in the position she was in. To not only join the Baroque works to try and find out who was ruining her kingdom, but to side with pirates to help her kingdom. I truly didn't realize just how, like, risky that was for Vivi until that moment. I love this stupid image. It's a meme that will never die for me. Sabaki, that's when you gotta start writing your own. Majority of things I have done within fandom spaces is because I wasn't satisfied with what I was getting. Like, the reason I made One Piece essays is because I wasn't satisfied with the One Piece videos that were out there. So I started making my own. What do you mean you make them to OOC? Just don't do that. You have the power, my friend. Okay, you're still workshopping. You'll find it. Just write. As long as you write, you'll find it. New baseball manga? What is this? Wait, they've got me. Harukaze Mound. New baseball manga. Twin brothers have aspiring dreams to pitch at the baseball championship, but making it to the top isn't always an equal path. Are we back to sports anime? And sports manga? Are we back? Oh my god, please. I need the sports manga craze to come back. Blue Lock is also out. Come on. We have to be getting back to the sports anime craze. No more isekai. I want sports anime again. And sports manga again. Baseball manga about something other than pitches. That's true, they're all about pitches now that I think about it. Ace of Diamonds, legendary by the way, love that manga. And what was the other one called? It was about that little guy that looks like a chicken. He's like really fluffy and he cries all the time. That one as well, both about pitches. And now this new one is about pitches. I know he's a pitcher. That's what I said. That's what I said. They are all about pitches. I'm not disagreeing with you. I know he's a pitcher. He's cute. I like him. Chicken Little? No, I mean he looks like a chicken, but I forgot what it's called. No, Sabaki, do you know the one I'm talking about? It's a baseball series about this guy. He's like really fluffy looking and he cries all the time and he's a pitcher. Agent's My Sunshine Baby. What the fuck? I really liked Chris Senpai. I really liked him. But he's not around as much anymore and it makes me sad. I adored him. The rest of yous are going, what the hell are they talking about? Just a baseball anime, don't worry about it. One of the OGs. Back in its prime, it was incredibly popular in Japan. It used to rival One Piece sales back in its prime. But it is no longer in its prime. Still good though. There we go. I just opened my Discord because that's where I send myself the images to Imu's terrifying face all over my screen. What's the baseball anime I'm thinking of? Oh god, there are so many of them. Big Wind Up. That's what I'm thinking about. Wait, yeah, Big Wind Up. Hang on, this guy looks like he looks like a chicken. Look. And all he does is cry. His eyes are fucking huge in the manga. Look how big his eyes are. I also never finished this one. It didn't interest me enough. I was way into sports anime back in the day. It's one of my cores. And yet, through all the sports anime that I watched, the survivors that I truly have changed my life. Because I liked Ace of Diamonds or Diamond No Ace, I really liked it, but it didn't become one of my cores. My cores became Free and Kuroko's Basketball. Fuck, I love Kuroko's Basketball, and now I want to watch it again. Yeah, it's not exactly well written, is it? But Aegeon is just such an enjoyable character that it's hard not to keep watching. It's true, Haikyuu is the best written sports anime, and yet I prefer Kuroko's Basketball. Because I can accept that Haikyuu by far is better written than Kuroko's Basketball. I just enjoyed the characters a lot more in Kuroko's Basketball. There is something in Kuroko's Basketball. It's like crack. I don't understand what it has done, but I found the characters in Kuroko's Basketball to be a lot more entertaining than I did Haikyuu's. Kuroko's Basketball is and Free as well are the two reasons why I was like, they're too nice to each other in Haikyuu. They're too nice to each other in Haikyuu. Because Haikyuu's definitely better written than Free by a mile. And it's better written than Kuroko's Basketball, but it didn't stick to me as much as those two. And I think it's because I just didn't get what I wanted out of it. I just needed more boy drama. They were just too nice to each other. Oh, so good luck on your exam. Going from Kuroko's Basketball to Haikyuu, I was like, who are these little snowflakes? Who are these little snowflakes? Where's the anger? Where's the anger? Where's the bitchiness? Where's the mean words? You don't understand. The boy drama in Kuroko's Basketball is fucking phenomenal. The boy drama in Kuroko's Basketball is like some of the best boy drama ever. I'm obsessed with it. It's why I like Aomina so much. He was such a cunt, but he had a reason to be one, but he still was one. And it was just fantastic. He was such an asshole. And Kissa was fantastic. The anime made Kissa nicer because Kissa was my favorite character. Let me show you these characters actually. So you guys know what the hell I'm talking about. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Trying to find an image that's not spoilery. Okay, this will do. I just crop the spoiler man out because I don't want to show him to you guys. There's a character I've left out here, but I've kept him hidden on purpose. Here we go. This is a core of MelonTeee. This fella here, he's my favorite. I love him. Now basically, right? Bitch. Started off as a bitch. He's nice, but he's manipulative in a way. They're all cunts! And they're fucking fantastic. And the whole thing is they all fight with each other, right? Through basketball. And he's like a mega super asshole at the start. Mega super asshole. He's one of my favorite characters. He's my second favorite character. I love him so much. And then this is my absolute gem of a character. In the anime, they make my sweet boy Kissa nicer than he actually is. Nicer than he actually is, right? Ricochet, I left out Akashi because I think seeing him is a bit of a spoiler, right? He's kind of set up to be, whoa, he's appearing, you know what I mean? Anyway, they made him nicer. They made Kissa nicer than he actually is in the anime. The author even said that. The manga author even said that. In the anime, it's like, he's like, oh haha, woohoo, really, yahoo yahoo. In the manga, he's like kind of a dickhead. He's really two-faced. So like he'll be surrounded by girls and he'll be like, oh, ladies, please, because he's a model. And he'll be like, oh, ladies, please. And then he thinks shit like, God, women are annoying. He's so fucking two-faced. You don't understand. He pretends to be nicer than he is. Because that's the whole point. He's a model. He looks so nice and sweet on the outside. But then he's actually kind of a bitch. And in the anime, they don't bring that across as well. And in the manga, it's shown much better. And the author even said they made Kissa nicer than he actually is. That's one of the reasons why I like him so much. He is actually nice, by the way. They've just... So they are all actually nice guys. I need you to know this. They've just gone through some shit. They've gone through the traumas of middle school. Because, you know, who hasn't gone through the traumas of middle school? So this is when they're in high school. The traumas of middle school have made them all cunts. And it is phenomenal. It is phenomenal. 3 seasons, I think. 3 seasons, I think it is. And I think there's 24 eps per season. There's a few episodes, but it's really fun. The basketball is not basketball. I'm telling you this now. The basketball is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's like superpower basketball, but they don't actually have superpowers. They can just do that. But that's why I liked it so much, because it was so stupid, but I wasn't there for that anyway. I was there for the drama, and it was fucking fantastic. But yeah, Kuroko's Basketball rocks. I want to make a video on it one day. Why Kuroko's Basketball is the best sports anime ever, and no, you cannot change my mind. They don't have superpowers, they can just do that. It's really good. They're all absolute bitches. So going from Kuroko's Basketball to Haikyuu, I was like, why are they so nice to each other? Where's the trauma? Where's the drama? But I loved Kissa because he was so two-faced. He was actually nice, but he was so two-faced. Yeah, the basketball's not realistic. I'm telling you guys this now. But that was a plus to me. Because this is one of my issues with Haikyuu. The volleyball was too volleyball. And I know that's like, Mel, what the fuck are you talking about? But the volleyball was too volleyball-like. I was like, I could just watch volleyball. The reason I liked Kuroko's Basketball so much is because the basketball was fucking ridiculous. It was ridiculous. But the characters were so good. Right, Croco's Basketball is a great soap opera. The same way Free is not about swimming. Free Iwatobi Swim Club is not about swimming. It is not a sports anime. I struggle to call it a sports anime, but it is such a good soap opera. No one understands. Maybe I'm an actual soap opera lover at heart. I love the drama. I love the drama. Exactly, what do you mean 2 volleyball? The volleyball in Haikyuu was just, it was too much like real life volleyball. And I was like, I needed a bit more. I have watched some Bollywood stuff, but not more, not enough. Like, not enough, I need to watch more. Also, the zone's a real thing. Not the way Aomine does it. But it's a real thing. I love Aomine, by the way. Aomine is such a fantastic character in my opinion, because the whole point of Aomine is he's like the ace. He is so fucking good at basketball. It's crazy how good he is. He's the blue guy, not the little one, the tall one. And I think he's really, really well done, because the whole point is they have to beat him. But Aomine is so cool. He's so cool. You don't want him to lose. I never wanted him to lose, and that's like the struggle. When they were versing him, I was like, I don't want them to win. I want Aomine to win. He was so cool. But he had to lose for the story and for character. It was well done, but they made him too cool. He was so cool. Like, I adore him so much. Croco's Basketball is really good. It's really good. It was also funny when he lost. That's just spoilers. When he lost, that's true. But I also didn't want him to lose. He was just so cool. Anyways, I love... You can tell how much I love it because I'm gushing about it. It meant so much to Little Mel, and it still means so much to Big Mel. When I went to Japan and I found like this anime store that sold all these like old anime charms, and there was like tons of Croco's Basketball, I nearly started crying because my inner child was being healed. I also have trouble thinking of Kuriko's Basketball as old. I know the author for Kuriko's Basketball's already got a new series in Shonen Jump that he's making right now, but can you please bring Kuriko's Basketball back? Please? Please, just one more match? It's all I ask. Anyway, don't watch Kuriko's Basketball for the basketball. The basketball is not realistic. If you're looking for like a realistic basketball sports anime, you should probably watch Slam Dunk, as I have been told. I haven't seen it myself, but this is why I'm like, I'm not sure. I know that I wouldn't like Slam Dunk more than Kuriko's Basketball, because Kuriko's Basketball is like specific for me. And I'm not watching it for the basketball. If you want to watch something for the basketball, don't watch Kuriko's Basketball. If you want to watch it for the ridiculous, they can just do that kind of like lore and soap opera and boy drama, that's what you should be watching Kuriko's Basketball for. Because everyone is like, you should read Slam Dunk, you should read Slam Dunk. And I always tell them, you don't understand. I know Slam Dunk is probably good, but also I know Slam Dunk has more realistic basketball, and I was not watching Kuriko's Basketball for the basketball. You don't understand. Literally, one of my critiques of Haikyuu for why I personally didn't like it is that the volleyball was too volleyball. And I know that's stupid. I can't help being this way. Hang on, while this thing converts. They're my boys, see? I have like 5 more of these. Well, probably 4 more of these. My little standees. I love them. What just fell? Sanji, no! Sorry, my Sanji fell over. Sanji, no! Kuroko's basketball's super ridiculous, and that's one of the reasons I love it. I love it so. Oh, do I love it so. No, he knocked himself over. Wait, where's that meme? Hang on, I must show you all this to show you how ridiculous this stupid series is. This is like a classic. This is Kuroko's basketball. Bro, this is not basketball. That's how you minute. There he is. He's catching a ball, by the way. There's a ball in there. He's like doing this. He's stop. He's catching it. They don't have superpowers. They can just do that. Wait, there's more. This is literally the 92 balls. Michael Jordan did not have death rays come out of his hand. It's called a fadeaway jumper. This is not basketball. I love Kuroko's basketball. You don't understand.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Anyway, if you're looking for a good time and for some exquisite boy drama, yeah, you should watch Kuroko's basketball. Hello? What was that? Are you guys still here? That was weird. I don't know why that happened. Damn, I'm nearly done too. Yeah, sorry, my OBS just went out. I did not hang up on you. My chat did go funny though. Ugh, why is my chat in light mode? Hang on. Of course you can get an invite to the Discord. Hang on. For God's sake, hang on. Oops. Copy. Put you in here. Alright, I'll whisper it to you, Elm. Oh, that didn't work. There you go. Should have received it. Stream manager, that makes sense. There we go. Much better. If you have subbed, you have to be 18 or over, and you can't have a gift sub. It has to be your own sub, or you can do it on Patreon, which is a lot cheaper. You only have to pay once on Patreon.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
With a big pink.
Every 4 computers now
Gavan. Oh my god. No problem. I'm about to finish streaming though. Boo wap. Yeah, I can really feel a difference between Streamlabs and OBS. Streamlabs just has, like, linking problems, is what I could tell. Because for some reason my alerts would only work if I, like, had to, like, use them first, if you know what I mean. Like, they needed to be used once, and then it had to be set up again. But OBS is a lot smoother. Big fan of this guy. Alright. I'm up to 10 minutes. Oh, what the hell? I am done for the day. And I will now be watching Kids on the Slope in my Discord server. Sorry if you guys aren't in there to join, but such is life. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me get my box. Wait. Thank you, everyone. I super duper appreciate it, and I will be back tomorrow to keep working as always. Thank you for the subs, and thank you for chatting, and I will see you when I see you. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.